Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight, we're diving into the lore and history of the Deathwatch. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. And I want to thank you guys for support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's get into the video.
Obsidian Vow hung where no sane navigator would have sought passage. A moon-sized fortress of black adamantium and dead iron, hidden in a region of void where even starlight seemed unwilling to linger. Its outer bastions were scarred by centuries of alien hatred. There were places where the hull had been melted into glass by weapons no priest of Mars had ever named, and places where chitinous growths had once bitten deep before being burned away with plasma and sanctified radfire. Macro cannon barrels jutted from the fortress like the bones of dead gods. Lance arrays slept behind armored shutters. Watchtowers rose from its surface in jagged tiers, each crowned with augur shrines and murder servitors whose sightless eyes stared into the abyss. Inside, there was only black stone, iron, incense, and the slow breath of ancient machines. Servo skulls drifted through the oath chamber in mournful procession, their suspensor fields whining softly beneath the drone of hidden generators. They trailed coils of grey incense from sensors fused to their jaws. Their dead eyes glowed red. Some bore parchment streamers covered in the names of battles erased from imperial record. Others carried rusted keys, vials of ash, alien teeth, or spent bolt casings taken from wars where whole worlds had died without ever knowing the name of their saviors. Rows of empty armor stood along the walls. Black armor, not parade plate, not reliquary splendor, not the gold-chased arrogance of heroes preserved for remembrance. These suits stood like coffins awaiting occupants. Their left arms were silver. Their left pauldrons bore the sigil of the Inquisition, a watchful eye over crossed bone and blade. Their right shoulders remained bare, awaiting the colors of dead loyalties. Each helm was turned toward the center of the chamber, as if the armor itself judged those who entered. Brother Sergeant Kydro Tal was the first to cross the threshold. His stride was measured, neither proud nor hesitant. He wore the blue of Ultramar upon his right shoulder, edged in white, a remnant of order carried into a place built from secrecy. His face was stern, marked by old scars and the pale lines of surgical reinforcement along the jaw. He looked upon the chamber and counted firing angles by habit, exits by doctrine, and ceremonial irregularities by instinct. The chamber offended the Codex in a dozen subtle ways. Behind him came Hrothgar Redmane of the Space Wolves, broad even for an Adeptus Astartes, his hair braided with iron rings and bone charms. He smelled faintly of oil, blood, and Fenrisian leather. He glanced at the empty black armor and bared his teeth in something that was not quite a smile. "Fine tombs," he growled through his beard. "Do they issue us one each before or after the oath?" No one answered. Brother Barakiel of the Dark Angels entered next, robed in shadowed green, hood drawn, his expression hidden beneath the fall of cloth and the deeper concealment of silence. He moved as though every footstep were part of a rite older than the fortress itself. Hrothgar looked at him and snorted. "The robed one speaks with thunder, I see." Barakiel did not turn his head. Brother Vorlon of the Black Templars followed, black and white heraldry stark upon his shoulder, chained blade at his hip, purity seals layered across his armor like accusations. His eyes burned with the hard, hungry light of a warrior who had never confused mercy with virtue. He saw Brother Malrek next, and stopped. Malrek of the Iron Hands entered with the sound of pistons and sacred servos. His left hand was flesh no longer. Neither was most of his right arm, nor the lower half of his face, nor the ribs beneath the black plate of his war gear. Augmetic lenses clicked in the iron ruin of his skull. Mechadendrites coiled at his back like patient serpents. Vorlan's lip curled. "Cold blasphemy walks among us. Malrek's vox grill answered in a voice stripped of warmth. Flesh wastes. Hatred does not. Hatred must have a soul. Incorrect. Hatred requires only target recognition. Kedro turned his head. Enough. We stand in a chamber of oath. Conduct yourselves as sons of the Emperor. Hrothgar laughed, low and rough. Listen to him. Ultramar has sent us a tutor. Savian of the Raven Guard was already inside before any of them noticed. He stood in the shadow of a pillar carved with Xeno's skulls, his armor matte black. Beneath the dim lumen glow, his right pauldron marked in the white and black of his chapter. His helm was maglocked to his belt. His face was pale, narrow, and unreadable. While the others spoke, he had mapped the chamber, the murder holes in the upper walls, the concealed gun servitors behind the ossuary screens, the pressure plates beneath the central aisle, and the vents wide enough for a crawling thing to enter with a blade between its teeth. His silence was not absence. It was occupation. The doors closed behind them with a sound like a tomb being sealed. The far wall opened, not with haste, not with welcome. It divided along a seam lost beneath centuries of black wax and oath script. Behind it lay the ossuary. Thousands of skulls watched them. They were mounted in iron racks that climbed higher than the eye wished to follow. Each skull had been marked. Some bore crude orc glyphs branded into the brow. Some had been scored by long talons, the claw pattern of tyrannid beasts carved through bone before death or after. Some were burned green-black, where gorse fire had kissed ceramite, flesh and skull in a single breath. Others had Aeldari runes cut into them, with blades so fine the wounds seemed drawn by light. There were skulls cracked open by psychic force, skulls fused with alien parasites, skulls pierced by splinters of crystal, skulls still wearing fragments of blackened helm. At the base of the ossuary stood Chaplain Cassian Dravus. He was enormous in black plate, his skull helm wrought in silver and iron. His Crozius Arcanum rested head down against the stone floor, its winged skull icon humming with a restrained power field. His Rosarius was a dull, red ember at his throat. Around his armor hung chains of oath bones and Xeno's fangs, each engraved with kill script. "Kneel," said Dravus. No one moved for the space of a heartbeat. Then Kedro knelt. Barakiel followed. Savian lowered himself without sound. Malrek's pistons sighed as he obeyed. Vorlan bowed his head and knelt with visible reluctance, only because the chamber was holy in its own merciless fashion. Hrothgar remained standing. Dravus turned his skull helm toward him. "Kneel, son of Russ." Hrothgar's eyes narrowed. "I kneel to the Allfather, and to the dead worth kneeling before." Dravus lifted one gauntlet and pointed to the ossuary. "There they are." Hrothgar looked up at the skulls. Some still bore the runes of Fenris, half hidden beneath Deathwatch kill marks. One had a wolf tooth lodged in its jaw by ancient rite. Another had the left side of its skull eaten away by acid, yet the rune carved into the brow remained. The space wolf knelt. Dravus let the silence deepen, until even the servo skulls seemed to drift more slowly. "You have come from chapters that named you warriors," the chaplain said. His voice emerged through the helm as a metallic growl, cold as void burial. "You have been praised by captains, judged by chaplains, cut open by apothecaries, and found worthy of war. You have carried banners, you have worn colors that made lesser men weep. You have slain in the names of primarchs, chapter masters, dead heroes, and older oaths." He struck the floor once with the Crozius. The sound cracked through the chamber. "Here, those honors are dead weight." The incense thickened. Somewhere within the walls, gears turned. "You are not here to win honor. Honor is what your chapter gives you, so you do not notice the grave. You are not here to be remembered. You are not here to be loved by men who will never know your names. You are not here to save worlds, though worlds may live because you butchered wisely. You are not here to defend mankind in the manner of shining fools upon cathedral steps. His skull helm lowered. You are here to kill the alien. The final word settled upon them like ash. In the long vigil, there is no glory but completion. There is no mercy but containment. There is no truth but purge. Your right arms remember where you came from. Your left arms belong to the Watch. Your lives belong to the Emperor's hatred. Your deaths belong to this ossuary. A deeper door opened behind him. Boots marched in unison. Stormtroopers entered first, their carapace armor lacquered black, their hell guns held across their chests. Behind them came robed savants with sealed eyes and silver quills grafted into their fingers. Servo automata rolled on brass. Treads, each bearing a stasis cylinder. Within the cylinders floated alien corpses. A severed orc head, its tusks cracked and gums still wet. A tyrannid feeder organ twitching around its own death. A Necron hand of living metal, fingers flexing in slow, impossible rhythm. A pale Eldari face, preserved in fluid, eyes open and full of hatred, even without life. At the center of the procession walked Inquisitor Lord Severax Holt of the Ordo Xenos. He was old in the way knives were old, not weakened, honed. His coat was black, high-collared, and lined with warding script. A rosette hung at his breast, heavy enough to condemn armies. His scalp was shaven. One eye was flesh. The other was a dark, augmetic orb that clicked softly as it focused on each space marine in turn. He did not bow. The Deathwatch did not bow to him either. That was the shape of the Alliance. "Rise," Holt said. Dravus allowed it with a tilt of his skull helm, and the warriors stood. Holt walked among them, as if inspecting weapons in a vault. The Ordo Xenos identifies the wound. The Deathwatch cuts it out. Do not mistake this relationship for command in the crude sense. I do not own you. Your watch commander does not serve me as a hound serves a master. His human eye narrowed. But when I name the alien, you will kill it. Vorlan's chains clicked as his hand tightened near his sword. Holt noticed. Zeal. Useful in correct dosage. Fatal in excess. Name the target, Vorlan said, and I will show you dosage. Holt smiled without warmth. You will show me obedience. The stormtroopers shifted almost imperceptibly. Their weapons did not rise. They did not need to. The insult was present in their readiness. Watch Captain Morthen Voss emerged from the shadow beside the ossuary, where he had stood unseen and unmoving since before the recruits entered. His armor was black, his left arm silver, his right pauldron bearing the worn yellow and black of an Imperial Fist's successor. His face was stone-made flesh, square-jawed, bald, and carved by scars that looked like siege lines on a map. Containment is mercy, Voss said. Purge is truth. That ended the matter. Holt gestured. The last stasis cylinder rolled forward. It was larger than the others. The fluid within was cloudy with blood. Something hunched inside it, neither fully human nor fully alien. Its skull was elongated, its jaw split too wide. Purple veins throbbed beneath waxy skin. Extra limbs had been cut away and sealed, leaving blackened stumps. A third arm twitched against its chains. Its eyes opened when the stasis field died. The Genestealer hybrid screamed. The sound was wet, high, and furious. Chains snapped taut as it was dragged from the cylinder by servitor winches. Hooks passed through its spine. A restraint bit had been drilled through its jaw and bolted to an iron frame. It thrashed with enough force to crack stone beneath its feet. Acidic saliva spilled from its mouth and hissed on the floor. Malrek stepped closer. His augmetic eye lenses rotated. Third-generation contamination, he said. Cranial deformation severe. Secondary shoulder structure removed. Ossified ribcage. Aberrant density along the spine. Synaptic response active but degraded. The hybrid shrieked around the iron in its mouth. Dravus touched the Crozius head to the floor beside the creature. Observe, A savant approached with a brazier of sanctified coals. Upon the coals lay small icons of the Aquila, heated until they glowed white. The savant pressed one against the hybrid's chest. Flesh cooked. The creature bucked. Steam burst from its skin. The smell filled the chamber, meat and rot and alien musk. Fear, Dravus said, is not solely human. The hybrid's eyes rolled toward the chaplain, its lips peeled back from needle teeth. Holt nodded to Malrek. The iron hand extended a mechadendrite tipped with a monomolecular blade. It entered the hybrid beneath the sternum and opened it with a precise vertical cut. Blood and darker fluids spilled down its abdomen. Organs, some human in ancestry and others obscene in design, pulsed in the open cavity. The creature screamed until the jaw bolt tore through gum and bone. No one looked away, not even Hrothgar. Malrek reached into the wound with a steel hand and parted the ribs. Something small and slick spasmed near the upper spine. Synaptic nodule, he said. Remove. It, Holt ordered. Malrek did, not quickly. The hybrid convulsed hard enough to break one of its own legs. Bone cracked. Its skull hammered against the restraint frame. Malrek held the twitching nodule up between iron fingers as strands of nerve tissue snapped one by one. Dravus brought the heated Aquila down upon the opened skull after Malrek's blade peeled the scalp away. The bone split under surgical pressure. The brain was exposed, grey and purple, and threaded with black veins. When the sanctified metal touched it, the tissue boiled. The hybrid died in increments. Its final nerve spasms were recorded by servo skulls. Its last heartbeat became data. Its last breath became doctrine. Holt looked at the kill team. The alien does not deserve hatred because it is monstrous. It deserves hatred because it exists. The chamber doors opened again, this time into a corridor lit by red lumen strips and guarded by gun servitors whose weapons tracked the warriors with dumb devotion. They walked into the armory of Obsidian Vow. It was a cathedral of forbidden murder. Vaults rose in tiered galleries, each sealed behind adamantium shutters and hexagrammic locks. Servo arms moved in slow, ritual precision, lifting weapons from stasis cradles and laying them upon black stone altars. Tech priests whispered Binharic prayers over stalker-pattern bolt guns, their long barrels etched with kill litanies. Xenophase blades hung suspended in containment fields, their edges shifting between presence and absence. Frag cannons rested in grav clamps like compact artillery pieces, each one broad-mouthed and ugly with purpose. Infernus heavy bolters gleamed beneath chains of parchment. Storm shields stood upright like fortress gates. Thunderhammers slept with caged lightning around their heads. There were gravitic weapons, whose machine spirits muttered in irritated pulses. Teleport homers sat in reliquaries lined with finger bones. Ammunition shrines displayed kraken bolts, hellfire rounds, dragonfire shells, vengeance patterns, and other sanctified answers to alien physiology. Some vaults bore warning seals written in High Gothic, Mechanicus cipher, and inquisitorial kill script. Others bore no words at all, only skulls. Cadro paused before a rack of bolters. This armory could arm a crusade, Voss answered without looking back. It arms judgment. Hrothgar reached toward a thunderhammer, and a servo skull shrieked at him until he withdrew his hand. Touch nothing until the rites are spoken, Dravus said. The Space Wolf grinned. Your dead servants are bold. They have survived longer than many brothers. At the far end of the armory, Holt placed his rosette into a black iron lectern. The fortress answered. The walls became fire. No, not fire. Memory. The chamber dissolved around them, replaced by a vision of terror beneath siege. Not by traitors, not by demons, but by the green immensity of the greatest orc war to darken mankind's stars since ancient Ulanor. Attack moons hung in the void like blasphemous planets. Their engines bellowed, their guns opened. Worlds broke beneath descending scrap fortresses. Human armies vanished beneath tides of muscle, iron, tusk, and madness. The Imperial Palace itself trembled beneath the shadow of extinction. The recruits stood within the vision as ghosts. They saw warriors of the Adeptus Astartes gathered from broken strength and desperate necessity. They saw the logic born from catastrophe. Not companies, not chapters, not grand crusade banners thrown against endless green bodies. Small teams, veterans, blades made from blades, a strike into an engine heart, a teleport assault into a command chamber, a war boss slain before its wag could gather breath, a reactor torn open while its guardians roared and died. Kill teams sent not to win wars by weight of bodies, but to sever the nerve, blind the eye, and cut the throat. Corland, Holt said, and his voice passed through the vision like a blade through smoke. Last son of a shattered brotherhood, architect of necessity. In the time of rebirth, amid the war of the beast, the seed was planted. Veteran Astartes, drawn from many lineages, bound to a purpose beyond chapter pride. The alien taught mankind a lesson in scale. We answered with precision. An orc gargant in the vision crushed a cathedral beneath one iron foot. Its laughter shook the air. Then the vision died. The fortress returned, but the laughter remained. It came from below. Voss turned his head slightly. The kill house is awake. The floor opened beneath them. Gravity seized the kill team and dragged them down through a shaft of iron and red light. They fell in controlled descent fields, weapons locking into their gauntlets from descending servo racks. Training plates sealed over them. Helms dropped from above, each warrior catching his own by instinct. They struck the floor of the kill house as alarms began to howl. The chamber was a manufactorum nightmare, a maze of gantries, bulkheads, false hab blocks, furnace pits, and broken imperial shrines. Vat-grown orc analogues lumbered from smoke, green muscle stapled to crude skeleton frames, their skulls swollen and their jaws packed with metal teeth. Combat servitors marched among them wearing looted imperial armor, their flesh grey, their weapons live. Caedro's helm display filled with targeting runes. Formation spear, overlapping fields. "No," Voss said over the vox. "Survive." The first orc thing charged. Caedro fired twice. His bolt rounds struck the creature in the face and chest, detonating inside meat. The head burst outward in a wet explosion of bone fragments, teeth, and dark fluid. The body kept running for 3 steps before collapsing. Hrothgar met another with both hands. He caught its jaw as it lunged, boots grinding into the deck, and tore downward. The jaw came free with a crack and a spray of blood. He rammed the broken bone back through the creature's throat and kicked it into a servitor's firing line. Vorlon advanced through smoke, flamer roaring. Promethium washed over vat flesh and machine slaves alike. Things screamed, fat ignited, armor blackened. A servitor staggered forward with its skull on fire until Vorlan split it from crown to sternum with his chained blade. Malrek fired with mechanical economy, knee, spine, neck, heart. His shots were not passionate. They were solutions. Sarvian vanished into the upper darkness and began killing from angles no one else had secured. Bodies dropped from gantries with knives buried in their skulls. Barakiel moved with controlled silence, power blade drawing brief arcs of blue light. He killed only what came within reach, but nothing that came within reach lived. Then the far stasis gates opened. Real Xenos came out. Not analogues, not vat-grown meat. True alien beasts, chained too long and maddened beyond instinct. The first was a hulking orc knob, scarred and iron-grafted, roaring through a mouth full of metal tusks. Behind it skittered clawed things with too many limbs and eyes that reflected no light. A serpentine Xeno's horror slid along the ceiling, its hooked tongue tasting the air. Caedro understood then. The exercise had never been an exercise. The knob crashed into him like a tank shell. His boots skidded across the deck. Warning runes flashed across his vision. He drove his combat blade under its ribs and fired his bolter into the wound. The creature's torso burst open from within, showering his black plate in steaming gore. Savian fell from above onto the serpentine thing, both knives punching through the base of its skull. It thrashed, smashing him against a pillar hard enough to crack stone, but he held on until its spine severed and the body folded. Hrothgar laughed as he fought. Vorlan prayed as he burned. Malrek calculated. Barakiel endured. Caedro adapted. At last, the kill house fell silent, except for the crackle of flames and the wet twitch of dying things. Voss stood amid the corpses, untouched. "You sought formation," he said to Caedro. Caedro looked at the bodies, at the broken sightlines, at the false cover, at the way each warrior had killed according to instinct, contradiction, and necessity. "Yes." "And what did you find?" Caedro reloaded. His gauntlets were slick with alien blood. "Adaptive extermination." Voss nodded once. "You may yet live long enough to die usefully." Before anyone could answer, every lumen in the kill house went black. A vox burst tore through the fortress. It was not a transmission. It was an autopsy of sound. Billions screamed at once, compressed into a signal so dense it made the vox grills howl and the machine spirits recoil. Beneath the human agony came orc war noise, crude and jubilant. Beneath that, a chittering pressure like tyrannid synapse static. Then came pulses like cold stars speaking in numbers, Necron code striking through the flesh of the signal. Somewhere within it all, a human voice repeated the same words again and again, each repetition weaker, each one drowned deeper beneath the alien chorus. "The crown has opened." Silence followed. Holt's voice entered the vox, calm as a death sentence. "Watch station Mornglass has fallen silent near the ghoul stars. Kill team Sepulchre will deploy." Dravus stood among the corpses, Crozius in hand, skull helm turned toward the dark. "The long vigil receives you," he said. No one spoke. One by one, the warriors looked down at the blood on their black armor and at the silver of their left arms beneath it. The oath had not yet been spoken, but it had already begun. The fortress remembered war better than any living soul. Obsidian Vow did not dream. It calculated, archived, preserved, and condemned. Its mnemonic engines were older than most imperial dynasties, older than many chapter keeps, old enough that the machine spirits within them had grown spiteful with the burden of memory. When Inquisitor Lord Severax Holt awakened them, the oath chamber ceased to be stone and iron. The air thickened. The incense smoke became ashfall. The skulls in the ossuary vanished behind a veil of burning stars. Then the War of the Beast opened around Kill Team Sepulchre. Brother Sergeant Caedro Tal stood upon the battlements of a dying world and knew, with the hateful certainty of machine-fed recollection, that the world had already been lost. The sky was green, not with aurora, not with poison cloud, not with any atmospheric grace known to humanity, but with the reflected glow of a Xenos empire descending from orbit. Attack moons hung above the planet like obscene gods of iron and scrap, their undersides bristling with cannons large enough to gut cities. Each one blotted out a continent's dawn. Each one vomited landing craft, meteoric debris, crude teleport bursts, and storms of screaming greenskins. Their engines shook the crust. Their guns spoke in continent-breaking thunder. A hive city died in the distance. It did not fall in stages. It did not endure a noble siege. The orc bombardment struck its void shields until the air itself caught fire, and then the upper spires folded inward, towers shearing away as though cut by invisible blades. Hab blocks containing millions collapsed into the manufactorum levels beneath them. The city's cathedrals, each raised over centuries by generations of sweating serfs, vanished under a rolling wall of smoke and burning stone. The Vox channels shrieked with prayers, orders, static, and the wet panic of men crushed beneath their own world. Hrothgar Redmane stood beside Caedro in the vision, helm under one arm, his face lit by green fire. "By Russ," he breathed. "That is no raid." "No," said Voss from behind them. "It was invasion perfected by barbarism." The Imperium looked upon the green skin and remembered fear. Below the battlements, the Imperial army died by the regiment. Tanks fired until their barrels melted. Gun lines vanished beneath avalanches of orc bodies. The first greenskin waves were torn apart by artillery, lasfire, heavy bolters, and macro shells. Yet their dead became bridges for the living. Orcs clambered over mounds of their own corpses, roaring laughter through mouths full of iron teeth. They came with axes, shooters, flamers, crude rockets, chains, hooks, and engines that should not have functioned but did, because the Xenos believed hard enough in their own brutality. A warlord titan strode into the killing fields, its void shields shimmering, its plasma annihilator opening with the fury of a caged sun. For a moment, the battlefield became imperial again. Fire poured from the god machine. Entire mobs became steam. Battle wagons flipped end over end, their crews pulped inside torn metal. The Titan's war horn sounded across the plain, deep enough to stir blood in the marrow. The orcs answered with laughter. They came at the Titan in mountains of muscle and scrap iron. Gargants lurched from the smoke, ugly and immense, their armor a patchwork of looted plate, cathedral bells, tank hulls, and devotional statues ripped from conquered worlds. Rockets hammered the Titan's shields. Boarding towers slammed against its legs. Greenskins swarmed upward, hacking, welding, blasting, and biting into sacred metal. One by one, the shields failed. Titan killed thousands before it fell. It died badly. A gargant's claw tore open its knee. Orcs flooded the wound like parasites entering a god's vein. Explosions burst inside the Titan's leg. Its princeps screamed through the noosphere, and the sound became a choir of machine agony. The god engine toppled, slow and vast, crushing an entire district beneath its body. Its reactor breached moments later, and the fire washed over Imperial and Orc alike, turning men into black silhouettes and greenskins into burning statues that still tried to crawl forward. Vorlan of the Black Templars watched the detonation with hard, hungry eyes. "A worthy death," he said. "A wasteful one," Malrek replied, his augmetic lenses clicking as they drank in the slaughter. "Mass without precision, power without decapitation, inefficient." Hrothgar turned on him. "That god machine died standing." "It died surrounded," said Malrek. "It failed to reach command mass. It altered no strategic outcome." Vorlan's gauntlet tightened around the chain at his wrist. "You speak of holy sacrifice as though counting bolts in an armory. I count what matters." "Silence," Voss said. The word did not need to be shouted. It carried the weight of command. Even inside memory, it struck like a bolt round against ceramite. The vision shifted. The battlefield pulled away from them until the dying world became one light among thousands. Systems burned. Segmentum roots buckled beneath orc advance. Astropathic choirs died screaming. Fortresses that had endured for millennia were cracked open by attack moons and drowned in green flesh. Terra itself appeared, not as the untouchable throne world of imperial myth, but as a target beneath the shadow of impossible Xenos power. Holt's voice moved through the mnemonic war like a knife drawn across bone. The Imperium believed numbers would suffice. Regiments, fleets, titans, chapters, crusades. It believed massed fury could answer massed fury. The beast proved otherwise. Against such scale, courage became meat, honor became ash. The foe did not require respect. It required a blade placed exactly where the nervous system met the spine. The stars became a chamber of war councils, reconstructed from forbidden testimony, fragmentary archives, and the fortress own hoarded ghosts. Warriors of the Adeptus Astartes stood around hololithic maps, their armor bearing heraldry, now preserved only in reliquaries and grief. Their faces were stern, hollowed by defeat, their gene-wrought bodies untouched by mortal frailty, but not by despair. At their center stood Corland, last of a broken brotherhood, son of the Imperial Fists, survivor when survival itself had become accusation. He did not look like a savior in the memory. He looked like a weapon that had lost its hand and chosen to move anyway. "The attack moons have anchors," Corland said, his voice rendered by the mnemonic engines in a cold, imperfect echo. "Teleport relays, reactor hearts, weird boy conclaves, command nodes, war bosses whose deaths ripple through the green horde. We cannot bleed them by meeting them as armies alone." A warrior in crimson plate struck the table with his fist. "Then we gather our strength and break them by force." "We have tried force," Corland answered. A silence followed, vast as a grave. "We have spent companies. We have spent fleets. We have spent worlds. The orcs spend bodies and laugh. Therefore we will not spend as they spend. We will cut." The hololith magnified an attack moon until its crude anatomy filled the chamber. Reactor cavities, engine vaults, armor seams, teleport nexuses, weird boy pits, boss fortresses buried beneath strata of scrap and iron, all of it ugly, all of it vulnerable, if a warrior could survive long enough to reach the wound. "Veterans," Corland said, "small teams, mixed specialisms, no banner, no line advance, no noble declaration of war. We strike, we destroy, we depart if able, we die if required." Kedro felt the logic settle like a blade against the throat. Not a chapter, not a company, not a squad in the familiar sense. A weapon built from fragments of other weapons. The embryo of what would one day become the Long Vigil. The vision narrowed again. A teleport flare ripped open the belly of an orc attack moon. The first kill team did not arrive cleanly. Teleportation hurled them into a cavernous engine vault where gravity lurched like a wounded beast. One brother materialized knee-deep in a mound of fungal matter and came up firing. Another struck a gantry hard enough to crack his pauldron. A third arrived half astride from a turning gear the size of a hab tower and would have been ground into paste had another warrior not seized his backpack and hauled him clear. They were not brothers in spirit. That much was plain. Their armor showed different lineages, different honors, different ways of war. One moved with siege-born patience, another with knightly fury, another with the predatory crouch of a hunter from a world where night had teeth. Their hand signals clashed. One warrior gave an order in his chapter's battle cant, another ignored it because it was not his doctrine. A third cursed them both and fired over their shoulders, his frag cannon roaring. The weapon spoke like a god clearing its throat. The packed mob ahead vanished in red mist and shredded fungus. Orc bodies burst apart, torsos opening, limbs spinning away, skulls reduced to fragments that rattled against the walls. A second blast struck a knot of armored knobs and turned their charge into a stumbling heap of exposed ribs, torn armor, and twitching hands still gripping axes. Kraken bolts followed. They punched through thick orc skulls and kept going, drilling through bone, brain, iron plates, and the roaring mouths behind. A knob with a saw-toothed cleaver took a round through one eye and lost the back of its head in a spray of dark meat. Another staggered forward with half its face gone before a thunder hammer met its chest. The hammer's power field detonated on impact. Mega armor folded inward. The orc inside became pulp forced through the seams in its plating. The engine vault was madness. Fungus spores drifted in yellow clouds, thick enough to coat armor joints. The air was wet with oil, blood, and hot metal. Orc mechanics hammered living captives into machines, not as sacrifice, not as ritual, but as practical engineering. Men and women of the Imperium had been wired into crude consoles, their nerves pierced by copper hooks, their mouths stuffed with cables to silence or redirect their screams. Some turned wheels with broken arms because machines shocked them when they slowed. Others hung upside down above furnace pits, their blood dripping into pressure gauges fashioned from looted cathedral brass. An orc mech looked up from riveting a man's spine to a generator housing. It grinned. A bolt round removed its head. The kill team advanced without unity, but with terrible effect. Disagreement did not make them weak. It made them unpredictable. One warrior refused a flank order and instead blew apart a gantry that would have carried burner boys over their position. Another broke from the line to ram his combat blade through a weird boy's throat before the psyker could vomit green lightning into the vault. A third stood alone at a junction and fired until his bolter ran dry, then killed with his fists, each blow smashing faces flat and driving tusks back through skulls. The attack moon fought them as much as the orcs did. Gravity reversed for 3 heartbeats, hurling corpses, tools, and living warriors toward the ceiling. Maglock screamed in protest. One space marine slammed into an overhead pipe and came down trailing coolant and blood from a cracked helm lens. He rose anyway. The orc mob did not pause. Orcs fell upward, laughed, hit the ceiling, pushed off it, and came down swinging. "Reactor access lies ahead," Corlin's ghost voice said through the memory, though whether he spoke from command range or the fortress imposed his words upon the scene, none could tell. The kill team reached the inner engine heart. There they found the prisoners, thousands of them, not in cells, not waiting to be rescued. They were part of the machine. The reactor chamber stretched wider than a cathedral nave, its core an insane column of plasma containment, orc force fields, stolen imperial stabilizers, and glyph-painted iron. Human bodies were wired in rings around it, stacked in gantries from floor to ceiling. Their nervous systems had been threaded into the control lattice. Their hearts pumped coolant. Their lungs pushed air through combustion intakes. Their brains, still alive, still capable of terror, regulated crude psychic pressure fed by chained weird boys whose skulls had been bolted into copper crowns. The prisoners saw the space marines. The chamber changed in that moment. Hope entered it. It was a small thing, almost obscene amid so much machinery and gore. Eyes widened. Mouths tried to form words around cables. Hands twitched where they had not been severed. A child, no older than the age at which a chapter might begin testing aspirants, hung fused to a coolant line with bronze hooks through his ribs. He looked at the blackened giants and began to cry without sound. The kill team leader studied the reactor, then the access routes, then the prisoners, then the mission clock. "Charges," he said. One of the warriors turned on him. "There are Imperial souls here. There is an orc moon above Terra's throat. We can cut them free." No. The word was not cruel because it was angry. It was cruel because it was finished. Melter charges were removed from maglocks. The prisoners understood before the orcs did. Hope died by degrees across thousands of faces. Some begged. Some thrashed hard enough to tear skin from their restraints. Some prayed to the Emperor. Some cursed his angels for coming too late. An orc counterattack hit the chamber before the charges were set. The fighting became butchery at arm's length. Frag rounds shredded mobs climbing over the captive gantries. Flame washed across catwalks and cooked prisoners and orcs together. Thunderhammers broke mega-armored brutes and sent them crashing into control shrines. The kill team leader planted the final melter charge himself beside a column of human spinal cords fused into the reactor's logic nerve. A prisoner looked at him. An old man, perhaps once an officer, perhaps once nothing at all. The old man tried to speak. No sound came. The Space Marine inclined his head by the smallest measure. Then he activated the charge. One brother stayed behind, not because he had been ordered to, not because the others loved him. There was no time for such softness. A pressure gate jammed. The detonation sequence faltered. The reactor's orc safeties began to reroute, crude but effective. Someone had to remain within the chamber and hold the manual breach open while the others withdrew. He did it without farewell. The last image of him showed his armor wreathed in reactor light, one arm buried to the elbow in a control column, his other hand firing a bolt pistol into the face of an oncoming knob. Orcs swarmed him. He vanished beneath them. His locator rune flickered, then it steadied. The reactor died in white flame. The mnemonic vision did not spare them. The prisoners became shadows first, then ash, then nothing. Orcs evaporated mid-roar. The lone space marine disappeared inside a sun of his own making. The attack moon's engine heart split. Across its crude surface, continent-sized systems failed in sequence. Gun decks went dark. Teleport anchors collapsed. Gravity engines tore themselves apart. The moon listed in orbit, bleeding fire into the void. The vision froze on that image. A weapon too large for armies, slain by a handful. Holt spoke into the silence that followed. This is the lesson. Power is not always number. Cruelty is not always failure. The Imperium endured because some men learned to kill precisely enough that whole worlds might be abandoned and still counted as saved. The mnemonic fire withdrew. The oath chamber returned around them, colder than before. Hrothgar's fists were clenched. You call that victory? Holt turned his augmetic eye upon him. Yes. They burned their own. They destroyed the moon. They left Imperial souls screaming in the dark. They denied the alien terror. Hrothgar took one step toward the Inquisitor. Stormtroopers shifted. Voss did not move. Dravis did. The chaplain's Crozius came down between the Space Wolf and the old man with a crack of power field thunder. Oaths made by dead lords should not bind living warriors, Hrothgar snarled. Dravis said nothing. He walked to the ossuary and reached into a recessed alcove. When he returned, he carried a skull in both gauntlets. It was old. The bone had yellowed beneath preservation oils. One side was crushed inward. The brow bore the rune of Fenris, carved deep and dark. Across the crown had been etched the sigil of the long vigil, added after death. Between the teeth, sealed in black wax, was a shard of orc iron. Dravis held it before Hrothgar. Brother Scaldi, Iron Throat, the chaplain said, Fangborn, slayer of the Black Tusk, seconded under oath during the earliest vigils, died aboard an orc moon, whose name was struck from record. He held a breach alone for 719 heartbeats, while warriors he despised completed the mission. His last words were recorded by helm feed. The skull's jaw did not move, but the fortress played the ancient vox, static, gunfire, the roar of orcs, a voice laughing through blood. Tell the sons of Russ I found a good death among strangers. Hrothgar stared at the skull. The rage did not leave him. It changed shape. Slowly, he knelt, not to Holt, not to the Inquisition, not even to Dravis, to the dead. Dravis lowered the skull until Hrothgar's brow touched it. The long vigil does not ask you to forget Fenris, the chaplain said. It asks whether Fenris made you strong enough to stand beside those you would otherwise hate. Hrothgar rose without answering. Voss stepped forward. In the beginning, command was narrower. Necessity gave birth to form before tradition could name it. In time, the vigil grew beyond one lord's reach. Watch fortresses became sovereign bastions in the dark. Watch commanders held domains of silence. Watch captains carried war into the void. Librarius, Apothecarium, Armory, Reclusiam, Kill Team, Fleet, Vault, and Ossuary. No single hand can hold the whole blade now, so each fortress keeps its edge. Caedro absorbed the words as structure. There was order after all, but not the order he had brought with him. This was not Codex order. It was predatory order, a web of hidden blades spread across a galaxy too large to defend openly. Holt clasped his hands behind his back. After the beast, the Inquisition understood its own ignorance. The demon demanded one answer. The alien demanded another. The Ordo Malleus and Ordo Xenos became necessary divisions of terror. From that necessity came partnership with the Deathwatch. Not soldiers alone, Not hunters alone. Institutionalized suspicion clad in power armor. Malrek's augmetics clicked softly. Accurate. Vorlan spat onto the stone. Suspicion is not faith. No, Holt said. It is how faith survives contact with the unknown. The chamber lights died. Not dimmed. Died. For a heartbeat, even transhuman senses found only darkness. Then came screaming from the lower reliquary decks. A servitor's scream was not like a man's. It was dragged through dead nerves, flattened by crude vox emitters, and stripped of hope by lobotomy. This scream still contained enough pain to make every helm in the chamber turn. Voss's bolter was in his hands before the second scream began. "Contact," Savian said from the shadows, though no one had seen him move. "Lower passage, multiple impacts, blood aerosol." Holt did not look surprised. That was perhaps the worst thing about him. The floor shook. Something fast struck a sealed door below the oath chamber, hard enough to bow the metal outward. Gun servitors awakened in the walls, their barrels rotating, target lenses burning red. A corpse-tithe procession had arrived during the mnemonic rite. Deathwatch serfs, failed aspirants, Xenos-contaminated remains marked for furnace reduction. One of the bodies had not been dead enough. The door burst open. The organism came through the ruin of it, like a blade made from hunger. It had worn a human corpse as a shell. That disguise now hung from its limbs in ribbons. Beneath the meat was a lean, jointed thing of glassy black chitin and wet, pale muscle. Its head split vertically, revealing a fan of needle teeth and sensory fronds. 4 limbs carried it. 2 more unfolded from its ribcage, each ending in hooked blades. A crystalline node pulsed behind its sternum, visible through translucent bone. It crossed the chamber ceiling in a blur. A gun servitor tracked too slowly. The organism dropped onto it and opened it from throat to groin in one motion. The servitor's organs, tubes, and ammunition feed spilled across the floor. The organism used the corpse as cover before the first bolter spoke. Voss fired. The round blew a crater in the stone where the thing had been. "Containment corridors," Cadro barked by instinct. "No glory," Voss replied. "No pursuit beyond assigned kill zones." The lesson had become flesh. Savian vanished. Hrothgar slammed his helm into place. Vorlan ignited his blade. Malrek's shoulder weapon unfolded with a predatory whine. Barakiel drew steel in silence. Dravus advanced with Crozius raised, skull helm gleaming in the emergency red. The Xenos thing hit the nearest stormtrooper squad before the mortals could redeploy. It moved through them like a butcher's thought. One man lost his head. Another was split open from collar to pelvis, his carapace armor parting under alien talons. A third fired point blank and was rewarded with a limb through the visor, his skull bursting backward in a spray of bone and lens glass. The Deathwatch did not charge as one. They closed the chamber. Cadro fired suppressive patterns that forced the organism away from the upper vents. Voss cut off the central aisle with disciplined bolt fire. Malrek tagged the creature with a tracking dart that drilled into chitin and began screaming in Auspex code. Hrothgar hurled a broken servitor torso into its path, spoiling its leap. Vorlan burned the floor beneath it, forcing it to climb. Barakiel was waiting there. His blade took one of its limbs at the joint. The thing shrieked and struck him across the chest, carving sparks and black ceramite from his breastplate. Savian emerged from behind a hanging skull rack and drove both knives into the node behind its sternum. The blade skidded from crystal. The organism folded backward impossibly and kicked him across the chamber. Hrothgar caught it as it landed. For a moment, Space Wolf and Alien became one snarling shape in the red gloom. The creature's hooked limbs punched into his armor. One found a seam and opened flesh beneath. Blood ran black over black plate. Hrothgar roared and headbutted it hard enough to crack its facial carapace. "Now," Voss said. Everyone fired. bolter rounds struck in sequence, not frenzy. One shattered the right knee joint, one blew apart the lower jaw, one punched through the abdomen. Malrek's shot entered the wound Savian had made and detonated behind the crystal node. Vorlan's flame washed over it. Barakiel's blade took another limb. Dravus came last, Crozius descending. The power field crushed the organism into the stone. Its body burst. Chitin cracked outward. Pale organs splashed across the floor. Black ichor sprayed over Dravus's greaves and hissed where it touched sanctified silver. The thing twitched, tried to rise on ruined limbs, and received Voss's final bolt through the head. Silence returned in pieces. Hrothgar pulled a talon from his side and threw it down. "That was in your corpse tithe, Inquisitor." Holt stepped over a dying stormtrooper without looking down. So it was. Caedro knelt beside the remains. It waited through the rite. It understood timing. Malrek's mechadendrites descended into the ruptured torso. He cut with swift, careful motions, peeling flesh away from the crystalline structure inside. The node continued to pulse, though the organism was dead. "Impossible," he said. Vorlan looked at him. "You use that word often for one who trusts machines." "I use it accurately." Malrek lifted the node. Images flickered in its depths. Not reflections, not memory, transmission. Ancient orc glyphs rotated inside the crystal, crude and brutal. Around them curled a pattern like a tyrannid synaptic spiral, too organic to be script, too deliberate to be instinct. Between those shapes flashed cold geometric pulses that made Caedro's teeth ache. Holt leaned close. For the first time, something like satisfaction touched his face. "Impossibility," he said, "is why the Deathwatch exists." The node pulsed once more. Deep in its fractured heart, an image formed. A crown of bone, iron, chitin, and living metal, opening above a field of human dead. Then the image vanished, leaving only smoke, blood, and the sense that the fortress itself had begun listening harder to the dark. Obsidian Vow did not stand alone. That truth was carved into the fortress' deepest archives, buried beneath oath, blood, and warding seal. It was spoken only to those who had given up the clean lies of ordinary brotherhood and accepted the black burden of the long vigil. A chapter fortress was a home, a monastery, a reliquary of gene lineage, battle honor, and dead glory. A watch fortress was none of these things. It was a murder shrine set against the dark, a clenched fist hidden behind the veil of stars, a prison for knowledge too venomous to forget and too useful to burn. Across the galaxy, in places where the Astronomicon was only a dying ache against the mind, other fortresses watched. One lay buried inside an asteroid belt of iron-black stones, its gun batteries masked as dead mineral mass, until alien craft came too near and vanished in sudden lance fire. One hung beneath the frozen crust of a dead moon, its upper spires sealed under glaciers older than imperial settlement. One was built through the hollowed ribcage of a Xenos leviathan killed in the void, its bones plated in adamantium and engraved with the names of the Watch Brothers who died gutting it. Another clung like a parasite to an alien megastructure whose makers had been extinct before mankind learned to bind fire into engines. There were black stations in the halo stars, void rings turning in the silence beyond charted routes, anchor keeps hidden inside nebulae that drove astropaths mad, and watch stations so small that only a single kill team and a servitor choir remained awake within them. Each watched, each remembered, each killed when called. Kill Team Sepulchre stood before a hololithic galaxy that burned in the air like a wound held open. Red points marked wars known to the Imperium. Black points marked wars denied to it. Silver sigils burned where Deathwatch fortresses endured in secrecy. Smaller white sparks marked watch stations, listening posts, sealed vaults, dead drops, quarantine shrines, execution cells, and forgotten astropathic relays where men lived and died, without ever seeing a sun. Watch Captain Morthen Voss moved through the light, his black armor drinking the glow, until only the silver of his left arm caught the hololith's shine. His gauntlet passed through a cluster of stars and made them flicker. "Obsidian vow is one tooth in a jaw that spans the void," he said. "Do not mistake this fortress for the whole of the vigil. Every bastion has its remit. Every station has its Deathwatch. Some guard known infestations. Some study alien relics. Some hold prisoners no Lord of Terror would admit exist. Some wait for signals that may not come for 10 millennia. Some are already dead, and we have not yet heard their final screams." Kedro Tal watched the pattern and felt his ultramarine instincts seeking structure. Command layers, response routes, reserve strength, fortress domains. He found them, but not as he would have arranged them. The watch did not resemble a chapter. It resembled a net cast into darkness, every strand sharpened, every knot able to become a noose. "The watch commander rules the fortress," Voss continued. "Beneath him, watch captains bear operational command. Kill teams are shaped by mission need, not pride, not comfort, not tradition. The librarius listens for alien thought and burns what it must. The apothecarian preserves gene seed, dissects Xeno's flesh, and learns where to cut deeper next time. The armory keeps sanctified weapons and forbidden ones. The reclusiam binds the oath. The black vaults keep what must not breathe free. The xenobiological crypts answer questions with knives. The launch decks send judgment outward. The execution cells end failures." Hrothgar Redmane folded his arms. "And the feast halls? There are none." The space wolf gave a low grunt. "Joyless bastards." Chaplain Dravus turned his skull helm toward him. "Joy is for warriors who believe they will be remembered." Sarvian stood apart from the others, half swallowed by a column's shadow. His black eyes moved from hololith to ceiling aperture, from floor seam to servitor alcove. Kedro had begun to understand that the Raven Guard measured every chamber first as a possible ambush, then as a possible tomb. Malrek's augmetic lenses clicked softly. "Operational dispersion is severe. Reinforcement delay between fortress domains must be unacceptable." "It is," Voss said. "Then each fortress is expected to fight isolated. Each fortress is expected to complete its purpose." Vorlan of the Black Templars gave a hard smile. "Isolation purifies duty. No allies to weaken resolve. No cowards to petition for delay." Barakiel said nothing. His hood cast his face into darkness, but his right hand rested near the hilt of his blade. Kedro wondered how much the Dark Angel listened, and how much he judged in silence. The answer, he suspected, was both. Voss looked upon them one by one. "Your designation is confirmed. You are Kill Team Sepulchre, not for triumph, not for honor, for what you will leave behind." The name settled over them. Sepulchre, a grave, a warning, a sealed place for the dead. "Brother Sergeant Kedro Tal," Voss said. "Tactical second. You will impose order only when order serves the kill. You will abandon it when it does not." Kedro inclined his head, acknowledged. "Sarvian, infiltrator, forward shadow. You will see before the rest of us are seen." Sarvian's reply was barely more than breath. "Already done." "Hrothgar Redmane, shock breach. When the door must become a wound, you will open it." The space wolf bared his teeth. "Gladly." "Malrek, biodata executioner. You will take what knowledge can be harvested and destroy what remains." "Function accepted." "Vorlan, purge specialist. Flame, faith, and denial." Vorlan struck a fist against his breastplate. "The alien will burn." "Barakiel, relic blade duelist. Command figures, elite organisms, and threats requiring honorable proximity before termination." Barakiel's voice came low from beneath the hood. "I will stand where the blade is needed." Voss nodded once. "Then you are named." The hololith died. Doors of black iron opened behind the command dais. revealing a descent lit by warning lumens and guarded by gun servitors whose weapons were chained, sealed, and still eager. The air beyond tasted of cold metal, machine oil, preservative fog, and something older. Something that made the nerves beneath Cadro's black carapace tighten. The black vaults waited below. They descended in silence, mag boots striking grated stairs. Servo skulls drifted ahead, whispering Binharic permissions to hidden locks. Seals parted one by one. Warding fields crawled across their armor like cold fingers. At the lowest gate, Inquisitor Lord Severax Holt waited with his hands folded behind his back, his augmetic eye shining like a dead star. "You will see what lesser servants of the Emperor are killed for imagining," Holt said. "You will touch nothing unless ordered. You will pity no one. You will remember that destruction is not always wisdom. Some poisons must be studied before they are burned." Vorlan looked at the vault door with naked distaste. To keep the aliens' works is corruption. To keep them unwatched is negligence, Holt answered. "Choose which sin you prefer." The vault opened. Inside were cages of light, iron reliquaries, stasis coffins, suspension fields, and sealed shrines containing the remnants of dead civilizations. Living metal fragments crawled endlessly across magnetized plates, reforming into fingers, blades, insect legs, and screaming faces, before containment fields broke them apart again. Eldari psychocrystals hovered within black glass, each one glowing faintly with colors that made the human serfs accompanying them bleed from the nose. Orc gestalt engines thumped in restraint cages, crude machines of wire, glyph, bone, and iron that became louder whenever anger entered the room. Tyrannid synapse glands floated in amniotic tanks, still pulsing to a rhythm that did not belong to any living body nearby. Tau logic cores sat in locked cubes, clean, white, and silent, until a tech priest passed too close, and every vox bead in the vault began whispering in a language no one had activated. There were weapons too, not merely captured devices, but altered horrors, imperial and alien function chained together under duress. A blade that phased in and out of visibility with every heartbeat. A rifle grown from chitin and sanctified steel. A gauntlet whose fingers moved when no hand wore it. A cluster of black orbs suspended above a silver plinth, each orb marked with an extermination seal and a warning written in Holt's own hand. Malrek drifted toward a living metal shard, lenses narrowing. It struck the glass from within. The impact sounded like a fingernail tapping on a coffin. "Beautiful," he said. Vorlan rounded on him. "Say that again." "Efficient, then." "That is not better." Holt ignored them both and led the kill team deeper. A stasis field flickered 3 volts ahead. The reaction was immediate. Klaxons howled. Red lumen strips became white. Blast shutters began to fall through the corridor in sequence. Behind one thick observation pane, serfs in grey vault robes looked up from their workstations. There were perhaps 60 of them on the containment deck beyond. Their eyes widened as they understood before their masters spoke. One of the suspended artifacts in their chamber had awakened. It was a sphere of layered black plates, previously dormant, now unfolding like a flower made for murder. Threads of light reached from it, thin as hair, passing through the air and into the skulls of the nearest serfs. They stiffened, their mouths opened. Their shadows moved a heartbeat too late. "Containment breach," a tech priest clicked. "Deck seal required." A serf struck the interior glass with both fists. Another began to pray. One tried to claw a control rune from the wall, tearing his nails loose. Their voices came through the vox in panicked fragments. "Mercy! Open the gate. By the throne, please. Something is inside my thoughts." Cadro looked to Voss. Voss looked to Holt. Holt did not hesitate. "Seal the deck." The blast shutters dropped. The pleas became muffled, then silent. A moment later, the chamber beyond flooded with white fire and cold stasis vapor. The serfs became silhouettes. Some remained standing, some folded. Some burst as whatever had entered their nervous systems fought containment and lost. The artifact's unfolding petals froze halfway open. A servo-scribe hovering near Holt scratched a notation into a brass data slate. Containment expenditure. That was all. Hrothgar's face darkened. They served. They died serving, Holt said. Vorlan nodded once. Better that than contamination. Caedro said nothing. The words he might have spoken withered before they reached his tongue. He had seen civilians die. He had ordered men into death. He had understood sacrifice in the ordered calculus of war. But this was different. This was not the battlefield's appetite. This was a fortress choosing knowledge over lives and recording the result as inventory. Voss saw his silence. You are troubled. Yes. Remain so. Then obey anyway. They left the black vaults behind and climbed toward the launch decks. The launch cathedral of Obsidian Vow was large enough to hold a regiment at prayer and cold enough to make mortal breath smoke. Its ceiling vanished into gantries, cranes, fuel lines, and reliquary chains. Aquila icons hung beside the sigil of the Inquisition. Incense burners swung from servo arms. Munitions carts rolled in processional lines beneath the watch of red-robed armory thralls. At the center of the deck rested the gunship assigned to Kill Team Sepulchre, the Grief of Vigilance. It was a Corvus Blackstar, black as a burned oath, angular and predatory, its wings folded like blades at rest. Lascanon housings sat beneath the nose. Stormstrike launchers slept along the wings. Its hull was scratched by micrometeor scars and painted with kill marks so small they resembled script. The silver icon of the Deathwatch shone on its side, stark against the black. A figure was fused into the cockpit throne. He had once been a man, perhaps even a warrior. What remained of him sat embedded in cables, armor plating, and auger machinery. His eyes had been replaced by targeting arrays. His mouth was sealed behind a rebreather grill. His spine disappeared into the flight systems, threaded through brass sockets and black fiber bundles. Servo arms tended him with devotional cruelty, adjusting nutrient tubes and polishing the lenses where his eyes should have been. Voss approached the cockpit. "Pilot!" The half-living thing stirred. Its voice came through the gunship's external vox, layered with machine tone. "Grief of Vigilance attends. Kill Team Sepulchre identified. Mission hunger acknowledged." Hrothgar stared at the pilot. "Does that thing still have a name?" The pilot's head twitched toward him. "Name expended. Function remains." Malrek gave a small, approving click. "An efficient state." Hrothgar looked ready to strike him. Voss walked beneath the Black Star's shadow. "Understand this. A kill team is not a standard squad. You will not always deploy as you stand now. Some kill teams strike in Terminator Plate. Some ride bikes through ash storms and alien artillery. Some descend with jump packs into the mouths of beasts. Some are nothing but stalkers, blades, and silence. Some bring flame enough to cleanse a hive level. The mission shapes the weapon. Tradition is useful only when it kills the correct alien." Caedro looked at the Black Star, at his brothers, at the fortress guns beyond the launch veil. "And our mission?" Voss's helm sealed over his face with a hiss of pressure. "Watch Station Mornglass." The name appeared in Caedro's helm display as the kill team boarded. A station at the edge of a dead system. No planetary bodies worth tithing. No Imperial traffic. No warmth from the system's star, which had collapsed into a cold ember long ago. Mornglass had existed to listen, to store, to watch for motion near the ghoul stars and report what lesser sentries could not comprehend. Its last transmission had been the scream of billions and the words that would not leave the silence. The crown has opened. The grief of vigilance launched from Obsidian Vow, like a black knife thrown into the void. Warp passage was brief and ugly. The Geller fields moaned. Something scraped along the outside of reality and whispered through the hull in the voices of dead serfs. Dravus led a litany of denial. Vorlan answered every line. Barakiel stood motionless, with one hand on his sword. Savian slept standing, or seemed to. Malrek reviewed the crystalline node's impossible patterns again and again. Hrothgar sharpened a blade that required no sharpening. Kaedro watched mission schematics until the lines of the dead station etched themselves behind his eyes. They translated into real space on the edge of a system without light. Morn glass drifted ahead. It was small by the measure of fortresses, vast by the measure of mortal stations. A black spindle of armor, auger fins, docking claws, and sealed watchtowers, turning slowly above a planet of frozen methane and cracked stone. No beacon answered them, no challenge code, no hymn, no threat. Station cold, the pilot intoned. No active defense, no life sign choir, residual heat signatures inconsistent. Voss stood in the troop bay as mag clamps locked around their boots. Rules of contact: assume contamination, recover data, confirm status of watch brothers, destroy hostile presence. If station integrity is compromised beyond acceptable threshold, we mark for annihilation. The Black Star clamped to an emergency dock with a shudder. Atmosphere did not hiss across the seal. There was none waiting. The hatch opened onto darkness. Their mag boots struck the station corridor one after another, the sound carrying through the deck plating. Vacuum swallowed their bolters' reports when the first things moved. They had been serfs once. Their skin was stretched tight over swollen veins. Their eyes were gone, replaced by black crystalline growths. Their fingers had split into hooked bone. They moved in silence, leaping from walls and ceiling with the desperation of things puppeted after death. Vorlan's flamer lit the corridor. Promethium rolled through the vacuum in a brief, hungry burst, clinging where atmosphere failed it, feeding on chemical accelerants and sacred fury. The first infected serfs came apart in fire, limbs curling, skulls bursting as trapped vapor expanded inside them. One struck Hrothgar while still burning. He seized it by the throat and crushed its neck until the head came free in his gauntlet. Savian marked heat ghosts ahead. 3 turns, upper duct. No, 2. 1 is cooling. Recent kill, Malrek said. They found the first watch brother in the chapel junction. He hung from the ceiling by chains made from his own armor cabling. His black plate had been opened with surgical cruelty. The left silver arm was missing. The right pauldron lay beneath him, cracked through its chapter sigil. His chest cavity had been emptied. Both progenoid glands had been removed. Dravus stepped close, skull helm reflecting the corpse. Name! Kaedro checked the armor fragment. Brother Acastian, Angels of Absolution. Barakiel's silence changed. It became heavier. Voss looked at him. Known to you? All sons of the Lion are known in death, Barakiel said. They moved deeper. The station's astropathic choir had been rearranged in the central nave. 20 blind psychers had been nailed into an antenna of bone, each spine fused to the next, each skull opened and emptied of what should have been mind and meat. Their mouths were wired open. Their tongues had been replaced with black crystal needles pointing toward the same unseen star. They were dead, but their throats still vibrated inside the wire. Vacuum, transmitting without air. Malrek harvested residue from the wall with a scraping tool. Organic and mineral, synaptic trace, orcoid electrical residue, metallic phase dust, impossible convergence. Say the word again, Hrothgar growled. Impossible. Then kill it until it becomes honest. They fought through corridors where gravity failed and returned in savage bursts. Bolter recoil pushed against their mag-locked boots. Shell impacts burst infected bodies into drifting globes of blood that froze in the air. Hrothgar tore open a pressure door jammed by fused corpses, ripping the mechanism apart with both hands. Savian vanished through maintenance shafts, and killed things before they reached the main passage. Vorlon burned a dormitory of serfs whose bodies had begun growing crystalline antlers from their skulls. Caedro ordered crossfire lanes through sealed hab partitions, turning bulkheads into execution geometry. Barakiel found the oath scroll near the inner vault. It was nailed through a corpse's tongue to a door of black adamantium. The corpse wore the remnants of Deathwatch plate. Its helm had been removed. Its mouth had been forced open so wide the jaw had broken on both sides. The parchment ran from the tongue down the chest and across the floor, written in blood and black ink. Barakiel removed it with care. "What does it say?" Caedro asked. The Dark Angel read silently for several heartbeats. "It is a record of station command codes." Voss stepped forward. "That vault should open only to Watch Commander authority." "It will," Malrek said. The iron hand pointed to the access shrine. The runes were already awake. One by one, locks disengaged. Not by hacking, not by force, by recognition. The vault opened for them. Inside was a chamber untouched by battle. No corpses, no blood, no broken machinery. Only black walls, a central plinth, and fresh alien script carved into the stone with impossible precision. The words were not High Gothic, yet every helm display translated them at once. Their own names appeared first: Caedro Tal, Sarvian, Hrothgar Redmane, Malrek, Vorlon, Barakiel, Morthon Voss, Cassian Dravus. Then beneath the names, cut deeper than the rest, came the final line: "The long vigil ends beneath the crown. For the first time since their naming, Kill Team Sepulchre stood without motion and without speech. Around them, Watch Station Morn Glass continued to drift in the dead system, its bone antenna aimed into the dark, its slaughtered Watch Brothers cooling in silence, its sealed vault opened by codes no alien thing should ever have known. Obsidian Vow received its sons in silence. The grief of vigilance came home through a wound of cold void, its hull scoured by frozen blood, station dust, and the particulate remains of things that had been dead too long to deserve names. The Corvus Blackstar passed through layered kill fields, between macro cannon galleries and lance bastions, beneath the watchful targeting eyes of gun servitors, whose logic engines would have annihilated lesser craft without hesitation. Only when the pilot fused into the cockpit throne, gave the correct oath code, blood code, and machine code, did the fortress unclench enough to permit entry. The launch cathedral swallowed the gunship whole. Mag clamps took hold. Atmosphere screamed over the hull in a white wash of vented pressure. Servo arms descended like iron carrion birds, hissing sacred unguents over scorched plates. The assault ramp opened, and Kill Team Sepulchre walked down into the red gloom, carrying the impossible evidence of Watch Station Mornglass. No triumph met them, no honor guard, no hymn of victory, only tech marines in black and red, servo automata dragging chains, and apothecarium thralls waiting with bone saws and sealed gene caskets in case any warrior had returned with wounds deep enough to require harvest. Caedro Tal stepped from the ramp with the crystalline node locked inside a stasis reliquary at his side. It pulsed behind the armored glass, showing no respect for imperial containment. Ancient orc glyphs flickered within it, crude and violent. Beneath them crawled the suggestion of tyrannid synaptic patterning, curling like thought-made parasite. Then, at intervals that made helm augers stutter, cold geometric pulses moved through the crystal like something dead counting the living. Malrek watched it more closely than he watched the path ahead. "Still active," the Iron Hand said. His vox had the flatness of a surgical clamp. "It has no power source," Caedro replied. "Incorrect. It has no power source, we understand." Vorlan of the Black Templars turned his helm toward the reliquary. "Then burn it!" Holt walked ahead of them, Kotem trailing through the incense fog, as if the fortress belonged to him and not to the watch commander whose unseen authority lived in every gun barrel. Only fools burn unknown weapons before learning whom they were made to kill, the Inquisitor Lord said. Only the corrupted call alien filth a weapon, Vorlon answered. Holt did not look back. The Imperium is built from necessities that would shame cleaner men. Remember that when you pray. Chaplain Dravus halted at the threshold to the armory and lifted his Crozius. The weapon's power field slept, but the skull head still seemed to glow with stored judgment. Each brother enters alone, he said. Each confesses damage to the armory. Each receives what the next kill demands. Your war gear is not possession. It is sentence. The doors opened. The armory of Obsidian Vow breathed heat, oil, incense, and old murder. Caedro entered first. Servo automata closed around him before the doors sealed. Their limbs were jointed brass and black iron, tipped with tools delicate enough to write scripture on a bolt casing and strong enough to crack ceramite. They stripped his armor from him in ritual sequence. Greaves, cuisses, breastplate, pauldrons, gauntlets, helm. Each piece was lifted away, scanned, scraped clean of alien residue, and held beneath censer smoke. His black carapace sockets prickled as plugs withdrew from his flesh. A tech marine with a face of bronze and parchment leaned close, mechadendrites twitching. Damage acknowledged, ceramite scoring, blood contamination, void frost within hip actuator, microfracture along left vambrace, foreign mineral dust embedded in gorget, machine spirit agitated but obedient. Repair, Caedro said. The tech marine's red lenses brightened. Repair is lesser right. Reconfiguration is demanded. A frame descended, holding black plate newly lacquered and sanctified. His right pauldron still bore Ultramar's symbol, retained not for vanity, but to honor the machine spirit and the chapter that had forged him. The rest of him belonged to the watch, black armor, silver left arm, inquisitorial sigil watching from the shoulder like an accusation that never slept. When they armed him, he chose with care. A stalker pattern bolt rifle was laid before him, long barrel blackened, sighting systems bound with red oath wire. Beside it rested a power sword with a clean, severe profile, its edge waking in a pale shimmer as the tech marine whispered Binharic approval. Caedro lifted the rifle, felt its balance, and nodded. Precision, said the armory master from the darkness. Caedro turned. The armory master was an ancient tech marine whose body had been reduced almost entirely to sacred iron. Only a strip of flesh remained around one eye, grey and hairless, sealed behind glass. His servo harness rose behind him like a cage of mechanical limbs. His voice came from several speakers at once. Ultramar teaches proportion. The Deathwatch teaches selection. Dragonfire for enemies that cower behind walls. Kraken for hides too thick for ordinary hate. Hellfire for flesh that trusts biology. Vengeance for armor that mistakes itself for faith. De Revenant for the dead machines that rise when honest corpses would remain still. Metal Storm for massed vermin. A servo skull opened an ammunition casket. Rounds gleamed in rows, each engraved, each blessed, each designed for a different sin of alien existence. Every Xeno's body is a question, the armory master said. Special issue ammunition is the answer written in explosive scripture. Caedro accepted the caskets. When Hrothgar entered, the armory became louder. The Space Wolf submitted to stripping rites with poor grace, snarling when servo arms lingered too near the old scars in his flesh. His armor had taken talon marks from the assassin organism and impact trauma from the dead station's pressure doors. The tech marines cleaned, sealed, and blackened the damage until only memory remained. He refused the long blades first offered. He refused a standard stormbolter. He refused a power axe after, holding it for a moment and calling it too polite. At last, he placed one hand on a storm shield broad enough to cover a mortal doorway. Its surface was black, edged in silver, marked with the Inquisition, and scratched beneath with newly added runes of Fenris. Beside it lay a combat blade with a frost-edged profile, its Fenrisian pattern caged in Deathwatch kill script, the old wolf-tooth geometry disciplined by new purpose. "This one," Hrothgar said. The armory master clicked. "Shock breach, shield first, blade after. Your purpose is to be the wall that moves." Hrothgar bared his teeth. "I have been called worse things by better iron priests." Malrek did not resist the stripping rites. He assisted them. His augmetics opened with soft clicks. Armor plates detached from machine sockets. Mechadendrites interfaced with armory nodes, trading damage data in bursts too rapid for human thought. The tech marines found contamination across his left forearm from Morn glass, microscopic crystalline residue trying to grow in the seams of his warplate. They excised it with acid, heat, and prayer. He selected gravitic weapons without sentiment. A compact graviton device was mounted for close assault disruption, its coils humming with the promise of collapsing mass against itself. Then he asked for a xenophase blade. Vorlan heard of it before his own rite began and came to the vault threshold, helm under one arm, eyes hot. "Contamination," the Templar said. Malrek looked up from the weapon case. "Tool. Alien tool. Dead alien tool. The dead corrupt through relics as the living corrupt through breath." Inquisitor Lord Holt entered behind Vorlan. "Granted." The word cut through the dispute. Vorlan turned. "You sanction this?" "I sanction utility," Holt said. "The blade remains under watch. Brother Malrek remains under watch. You remain under watch. Such is the equality of suspicion." Dravus appeared at the far end of the vault, skull helm catching the lumen glow. "The alien's tools may be carried only by hatred that remains pure," the chaplain said. "The moment curiosity exceeds contempt, the bearer becomes target." Malrek lifted the xenophase blade. It seemed to be present only when the eye failed to focus on it. Condition accepted. Vorlan's answer was a prayer muttered like a threat. Savian's rite left almost no sound. His armor was stripped, cleaned, blackened, and sealed, while he stood as still as a corpse, awaiting verdict. The tech marines found minor damage only because he allowed them to find it. He chose a silenced stalker pattern bolter, matte black, its suppressor engraved with tiny lines of high Gothic. He took mono-edged knives that reflected nothing, each balanced for killing in corridors, ducts, darkness, and breath range. The armory master regarded him. Forward shadow, Savian slid one knife into his wrist sheath, already ahead. Vorlan armed as if preparing for Judgment Day. His black plate was repaired where alien claws had scraped it. His right pauldron retained the cross of the Black Templars, stark and uncompromising, while his left arm shone silver beneath fresh anointing oils. He demanded an infernus heavy bolter, and when the armory thralls brought it forth on chains, his expression became almost reverent. The weapon was ugly in the way execution blocks were ugly. It married heavy bolt fire to purifying flame, its barrels blackened by prior use, its promethium feed wrapped in scripture. He took also a chained relic blade, binding the grip to his wrist with iron links as his chapter taught, though the chain now bore the sigil of the watch. "The alien will not pass me," he said. "The alien will not be permitted to reach you in sufficient numbers to make that boast meaningful," Caedro said when he saw the weapon later. Vorlan looked at him. "Then place me where numbers gather." Barakiel chose last. His rite was private, longer than the others. When he emerged, his armor had been restored to black perfection, his dark angel's heraldry preserved on the right shoulder, his left arm silver and cold beneath oath wax. At his hip rested a power sword inscribed in black oath script so fine it looked like shadow trapped in the metal. At his side hung a plasma pistol, old, heavy, and quiet in its holster. Hrothgar eyed the weapon. Trusting a son in a bottle? Barakiel's hood lowered slightly, Some darkness requires light. The final demonstration belonged to Voss. The watch captain led them to a firing shrine beneath the armory, where slabs of meat, chitin, and alloy hung from hooks thicker than a mortal thigh. The first slab was orc flesh, vat grown from samples and swollen with muscle. The second was tyrannid chitin, layered over pulsing dead tissue. The third was a plate of necrodermis alloy kept under containment fields, its surface trying to knit scratches closed. A Deathwatch frag cannon rested in Voss's hands. Even among the weapons of the armory, it looked excessive. A man-portable artillery piece, squat, brutal, broad-mouthed, and built with the blunt honesty of annihilation. Voss locked the first ammunition right into place. He fired. The orc meat vanished into chunks, not cut, not punctured, erased into a storm of red fragments that hammered against the shrine walls. Bone splinters struck the viewing glass. Wet scraps slid down in ropes. He fired again, selecting the horde pattern. The tyrannid slab came apart in layers, chitin shredded, inner flesh pulped, acid sacs rupturing in green bursts that hissed on the floor. Then Voss changed the setting, chambered a dense shell, and fired into the necron alloy. The shot struck like a siege hammer. The necrodermis plate caved inward, containment fields flaring. Silver fragments broke away before crawling back toward the wound. A secondary charge detonated within the impact crater and blew the plate from its suspension hooks. Voss lowered the cannon. Every alien requires a different death. The fool brings a blade to all throats and calls it purity. The watch brings the correct murder. The mission came before the echoes had faded. Holt stood above a hololithic projection of an orbital manufactorum turning over a polluted forge moon. It was a ringed structure of gantries, dry docks, fuel spines, cathedral cranes, and ship wombs large enough to berth voidcraft. Its name appeared in red. Shroud Gantry. Genestealer cult seizure, Holt said. Confirmed upper brood activity. Manufactorum workforce compromised across multiple decks. The cult is constructing seed vessels under cover of routine tithe shipping. If completed, those vessels will carry infection to hive worlds, pilgrim routes, mining enclaves, and naval anchorages. Kydro studied the projection. Objective? Decapitation. Patriarch, Magus if present, Primus Command Cast, Brood Nexus, Ship Wombs. The workforce is no longer workforce. It is vector mass. Hrothgar's voice came rough. How many souls? Estimated 800,000 aboard the gantry. Still breathing? For now, Holt said. Do not confuse breathing with humanity. Voss looked at the kill team. We do not save the gantry. We sever the head. The lower infestation will convulse. Then the Astra Militarum will cleanse what remains by deck, flame, and starvation. Vorlan lifted the Infernus heavy bolter. At last, honest work. They boarded through the hull in silence. The grief of vigilance came in cold, engine ghosts masked by the static of the Forge Moon's radiation belts. The Black Star did not dock. It kissed the outer hull for the span of a heartbeat, just long enough for the kill team to pass through a melter cut and into the skin of Shroud Gantry. Behind them, the wound sealed with expanding black foam and sanctified clamps. Inside was darkness, heat, and industrial stink. Chains moved overhead. Far below, ship ribs hung in construction cradles. The gantry's vast interior echoed with hammers, machine chants, and the wet murmur of hidden voices speaking in unison. Cult icons had been scratched beneath Imperial Aquilas. Purple wax seals marked doors that should have borne Mechanicus sigils. Human workers moved along gantries with shaved heads and blank expressions, their eyes turning in the same direction at the same moment. Sarvian killed the first sentries without a sound. He rose behind them from the shadow of a coolant stack, one hand over a mouth, one blade entering the base of the skull. Spinal cords parted, Bodies folded. He lowered them before their tools struck the deck. "Outer watch neutralized," he voxed. Kadro moved the team into fire lanes. Voss, central gantry approach. Hrothgar forward shield. Vorlan left elevation. Malrek with me. Barakiel, counter-assault. Voss did not correct him. That meant the order served. The first cultists revealed themselves when the kill team crossed into the ship womb. Mining lasers burned through the gloom. Autoguns barked, industrial cutters screamed alive. Men with too many arms and devotion carved into their faces rushed from behind half-built cargo hulls. They came chanting, their voices layered by something beneath speech. "For the four-armed Emperor," Hellfire rounds answered. Kadro's Stalker rifle cracked. The first hybrid took the round in the chest and came apart from within. Bio-corrosive payload spread through its torso in a burst of chemical wrath, dissolving organs, liquefying ribs, and turning its spine into a steaming rope. Another round struck a second cultist in the shoulder. The upper body sloughed sideways, armor, flesh, and bone falling in a wet sheet. Hrothgar advanced behind his storm shield as mining lasers struck it with white fury. The shield held. He reached the firing line and crushed the nearest hybrid against the bulkhead, with enough force to burst its skull across the metal. He drove his frost-edged blade through another's abdomen, lifted it, and hurled it screaming into the machinery below. Vorlan opened fire. The Infernus heavy bolter roared, and the gantry became a burning cage. Heavy bolts ripped through cultists in detonating chains, blowing limbs from bodies and turning torsos into red vapor. Promethium followed, spilling in a holy wave across catwalks and scaffold nests. Men burned, hybrids burned, work crews who had not yet drawn weapons burned, because their blood carried the same doom. Some leapt from the gantries rather than endure the flame. They fell hundreds of meters into the ship womb, trailing fire all the way down. Malrek fired gravitic compression into a cluster of aberrants charging through sparks and smoke. Their swollen bodies collapsed under impossible weight. Bones folded inward, skulls sank into rib cages, limbs twisted into compact masses of meat and snapping joints. One survived long enough to crawl with its jaw scraping the deck, before Barakiel ended it with a downward thrust through the back of the head. The kill team descended. Every deck grew more obscene. The cult had remade the manufactorum in the image of infection. Birthing vats sat beside plasma conduits. Ship hulls were lined with hidden brood chambers. Servitors had been grafted into nursery shrines, their dead mouths forced to sing machine hymns, while pale hybrid infants gnawed at nutrient tubes. The air thickened with psychic pressure. Dravus's voice came over the vox, reciting litanies of hatred from aboard the Black Star, each word a nail driven into the mind. At the womb reactor, they found the Patriarch. It did not wait upon a throne. It erupted from the floor. The reactor chamber split as though the gantry itself were giving birth. Amniotic fluid, coolant, and blood burst upward in a geyser. Half-formed hybrids spilled from ruptured sacs, blind and clawing. Servitors wired into the reactor tore themselves apart as something vast rose through them. The Patriarch was ancient hunger given shape. Its limbs were long and corded. Its claws were scythes of bone. Its skull was ridged, eyes burning with cold, alien intellect. Around it, the brood mind struck like a hammer. For a heartbeat, Kadro felt the presence of countless infected souls, turning their thoughts toward him with adoration, hatred and hunger braided into one psychic rope. Hrothgar charged first. The Patriarch met him mid-stride. One claw struck the storm shield and drove the Space Wolf back hard enough to crack the deck. Another claw punched through the edge of his breastplate and tore sideways. Blood sprayed across the shield's black face. Hrothgar roared and slammed his helm into the beast's jaw, but the Patriarch was stronger than any hybrid thing had a right to be. It lifted him and hurled him through a bank of reactor controls. Kadro fired hellfire rounds into its torso. They burst, burned, and dissolved channels in its flesh. But the beast came on. "Limbs," Voss ordered. Malrek obeyed. Gravitic force struck the Patriarch's left leg. The limb compressed, bones cracking inward beneath its own mass. The creature screamed, psychic force shattering lumen globes across the chamber. Barakiel moved through the falling sparks. His power sword ignited in a clean arc and entered beneath the Patriarch's jaw, driving upward through alien bone. The beast seized him with one claw. Voss fired. The Kraken bolt struck the Patriarch through the eye and punched deep into the brain mass before detonating. The back of the skull burst open in a spray of grey tissue, purple blood, and fragments of ridged bone. Barakiel tore his blade free as the monster collapsed, its death scream rolling through the brood mind like a severed cable whipping in darkness. The chamber went still. Then the death choir began. Every infected throat across Shroud Gantry opened at once. Workers, hybrids, half-born things, dying magi, burned cultists, chained psychers hidden in ship hulls, all of them screamed the same psychic note. It tore through vox, auspex, bone, and thought. The station's hidden transmitters awakened. The seed vessels, though incomplete, pulsed with stolen life. Across the sector, hundreds of faint signals answered. Tiny lights appeared on Kadro's helm display, as Obsidian Vow's distant augurs interpreted the pattern. 1 in a mining belt, 7 in pilgrim convoys, dozens in hive cities, more beneath forged shrines, more aboard ships already in warp transit. The Patriarch was dead. The infection was not. Voss looked down at the corpse as its limbs twitched through final nerve memory. Report. Kadro watched the map of the sector bloom with hidden contagion. Decapitation successful, he said. The words tasted like ash. Infestation network revealed. Holt's voice answered through the vox, calm and merciless. Good. Now we know where to burn. The Patriarch would not stop moving. It hung in the apothecarian of Obsidian Vow, from chains thick enough to anchor a tank, its limbs spread wide beneath the cold glare of surgical lumens. Death had taken command of its higher functions, but the meat still remembered arrogance. Claws twitched, tendons snapped and relaxed in spasmodic rhythm. Its split skull leaked grey matter and purple-black blood into a grate below, where suction drains drank every drop and fed the fluids into sealed reliquaries for later weapon trials. Malrek watched the corpse as a priest might watch a miracle, not with reverence. Reverence was an error of the flesh, but with attention, with hunger sharpened into analysis. The Patriarch's body had been flensed in layers. Chitin plates hung open on hooks. Ropes of tendon had been drawn from its limbs and pinned to tension racks. The rib cage had been spread by hydraulic claws until the inner organs lay exposed beneath translucent membranes that pulsed despite the ruin of the brain. Apothecaries in black surgical plate moved around the carcass with bone saws, gene scalpels, toxin probes, and sanctified cautery irons. Tech marines interfaced with cogitator banks that spat streams of data across brass screens. Savants with sealed eyes dictated findings in high Gothic, while servo skulls recorded every tremor, every clot, every post-mortem nerve discharge. The chamber stank of antiseptic incense, burned meat, alien musk, and the sour chemical breath of opened organs. Malrek found the arrangement pleasing. There was no beauty in the beast's form. Beauty was sentimental categorization, a soft word made by weak minds, seeking permission to admire function. Yet there was elegance in the tendon leverage along the Patriarch's secondary limbs. There was predatory economy in the shape of the claws, which could pierce ceramite at joints and drag a space marine off balance by exploiting the briefest opening in momentum. There was sophistication in the layered chitin of the thorax, each plate angled to deflect frontal fire while allowing flexibility in close assault. There was genius of a sort in the synaptic relays embedded along the spine, ganglia thick as a mortal fist, each one capable of turning lesser infected bodies into extensions of a single will. It was not beautiful, it was useful to understand. An apothecary drove a drill into the creature's hip socket. The Patriarch's leg kicked hard enough to dent the restraint frame. A servitor caught the limb, and a tech marine burned through the remaining muscle with a plasma cutter. The limb came free, heavy and wet, striking the slab with a sound like a butchered ox dropped from a crane. Regeneration threshold persists beyond cortical termination, Malrek said. His voice clicked from his Vox grill, stripped of breath and warmth. Secondary nerve clusters sustain residual aggression, destroying the skull. Alone is insufficient unless synaptic tissue is fully disrupted. Kedro Tal stood opposite him, helm mag locked to his thigh, his face stern beneath the surgical light. Purple blood had dried in the cuts across his cheek, where fragments from Shroud Gantry's reactor chamber had kissed him through a cracked seal. A Kraken bolt through the brain ended command function. Command function, Malrek repeated. Not cellular persistence, not brood resonance, not infection viability. Hrothgar Redmane leaned against a pillar carved with purity script, one hand pressed against the fresh seal over his wounded side. The Patriarch had opened him from breastplate to lower rib, and the Space Wolf still smelled of blood beneath the reek of medical resin. It died. That is plain enough. Plain enough is for those who die repeating errors. Hrothgar pushed off the pillar. You speak boldly for a corpse with metal parts. Malrek looked at him through rotating augmetic lenses. You were nearly disemboweled by a superior organism because you mistook rage for tactical advantage. The Space Wolf's hand went to his blade. Chaplain Dravus spoke before the motion became sin. Restrain the blood, son of Russ. Hrothgar's teeth showed. He did not draw. The Patriarch's chest cavity opened wider as the apothecaries cut through the sternum. A black-veined organ swelled and contracted beneath their blades. It was not a heart. Not exactly. It pulsed in response to psychic pressure, a wet engine for command impulse, fear dominance, and brood communion. Malrek extended a mechadendrite tipped with a needle probe and pierced the organ's surface. A ripple moved through the corpse. Every dead limb flexed at once. One of the nearby servitors began to convulse. Its eyes burst. The apothecarian alarms did not sound. They merely changed tone, dipping from clinical alert into containment readiness. Two gun servitors pivoted and shredded the compromised worker with disciplined fire. The body came apart in strips of meat, augmetic rods, and shattered bone. Blood sprayed across the floor and steamed where it touched sterilization runes. No one paused. Residual synaptic reflex, Malrek said. Potent. Vorlan of the Black Templars watched the destroyed servitor collapse into pieces. Then finish cutting and burn what remains. Inquisitor Lord Severax Holt stood behind the surgical screens, hands folded at his back, his augmetic eye focused on the twitching corpse. Burning is the end of knowledge. Knowledge is the beginning of better burning. Vorlan turned his head slightly. You speak like a man who has spent too long near forbidden things. Holt smiled with one side of his mouth. I have spent longer than you have lived ensuring forbidden things die correctly. Malrek adjusted the magnification of his sight. The infestation network revealed by the Death Choir confirms multi-world penetration. Shroud Gantry was not origin, it was distribution infrastructure. Speak plainly, Hrothgar growled. The infection has already spread beyond acceptable containment. Kedro's jaw tightened. Define acceptable. Malrek's lenses clicked again. There is no acceptable, only survivable. Holt raised one gloved hand, and a hololithic projection shimmered into being above the dissected Patriarch. Star routes burned in red. Hive worlds, pilgrim vessels, forge stations, penal convoys, mining moons. Each infection marker pulsed like a blood clot in the Emperor's realm. You stand at the edge of an old lesson, Holt said. one the Imperium has learned before and pretends to forget whenever courage becomes theatrical. The projection changed, worlds burned, not from invasion, from Imperial sanction. A skeletal-faced inquisitorial sigil appeared, then was swallowed by the image of a vast, devouring swarm. Cryptman, Holt said. Caedro knew the name. Every veteran of the Xenos Wars knew it, even when his chapter's records carried only censored fragments. Cryptman, lord of monstrous necessities, condemned by many, vindicated by survival often enough that condemnation became politics. Hive Fleet Leviathan came as hunger with no horizon, Holt continued. Worlds were scoured or destroyed to deny biomass. Populations were sacrificed not by accident, not by battlefield failure, but by design. Later, genostealers were captured and used as bait to draw the tyrannid hunger toward the Orc Empire of Octarius, alien against alien, devourer against brute, a wound inflicted upon the galaxy to buy mankind time. The hololith showed a green empire and a chitinous swarm crashing together in apocalyptic violence. Orc worlds became feeding grounds, tyrannid bioships blotted out stars. The slaughter was so vast that even the projection seemed too small to contain it. Hrothgar stared at the burning worlds. How many Imperial souls? Enough, Holt said. That is not an answer. It is the only answer history required. Vorlan's voice came with grim satisfaction. If the worlds were tainted, their deaths were clean. Caedro looked at the infection map, not at the Black Templar. If the mathematics are correct, extermination is defensible. Hrothgar turned on him. Defensible? You make murder sound like a wall calculation. It is a survival calculation. They are Imperial citizens. Savian spoke from the shadow of an instrument rack, where he had been standing unnoticed long enough that the nearest savant startled at his voice. The infected are already dead. Hrothgar looked toward him. You have seen them all, have you? No, I have seen enough. Vorlan struck his fist against his breastplate. Total purge. Every cult world, every carrier ship, every bloodline within contact distance. Fire does not debate with infection. Caedro's eyes remained on the hololith. Purge without sequencing risks panic migration. Panic migration spreads the infection faster. Decapitation first. Quarantine second. Extermination third. Listen to yourselves, Hrothgar said. Every word another shovel of dirt over people who still breathe. Voss had been silent until then. The watch captain stood at the head of the surgical slab, black armor washed in the Patriarch's cold blood. Breath is not innocence. Barakil, who had not spoken since entering the Apothecarian, looked up from the dead Patriarch's severed skull. Secrets rot slower than bodies. The chamber stilled. Holt's living eye narrowed with interest. Explain. The Dark Angel's hood left half his face in shadow. If a cult survives in darkness, it becomes inheritance. If one infected heir escapes into a hive line, the war returns in a century wearing a loyal face. Bodies rot and are gone. Secrets remain fertile. No one challenged him. Malrek approved of the statement's efficiency. It contained no comfort. Therefore, it was close to truth. The hololith shifted again. A world enlarged over the corpse of the Patriarch. Gathalamor Secundus, a hive world of 12 billion registered souls, 6 major hive spires, 9 lesser industrial stacks, a subsurface transit web, 3 void elevators, and enough manufacturum output to clothe and arm an entire crusade front. Its equatorial belt was a bruise of ash storms. Its night side glowed with furnace light. Its oceans, what remained of them, were chemical scabs beneath smog. Holt placed one finger through the image. Gathalamor Secundus is compromised. Upper brood elements are believed to occupy the cathedral crown of Hive Tertian, the freight ossuaries beneath Hive Maledict, and the sump rail network connecting all 6 primary spires. The local planetary defense force is unreliable. Hive militia partially infiltrated. Ministorum authority compromised but still useful as a panic lever. Astra Militarum regiments are inbound. Penal battalions already deployed. Orbital monitors have orders to prevent unsanctioned departure. Hrothgar's voice was low. 12 billion. Correct, Holt said. We cannot save 12 billion. No. Kadro watched the hive spires rotate in ghostlight. We do not fight the planetary war. We remove brood leaders, collapse logistics, expose the cult command structure, and force the Guard into a conventional purge before the infection regains coordination. Voss nodded once. You begin to understand. Understand? Hrothgar spat the word. He begins to sound like you. Dravus stepped between them, skull helm turning from one warrior to the other. Enough. You may mourn after the kill, if you still remember how. Gathalamor Secundus was already at war when the grief of vigilance broke atmosphere. The sky burned with flak. Macro cannon batteries hammered upward from hive bastions. Orbital. Defense lasers cut white scars through cloud cover. Imperial Navy attack craft screamed through choking smog, pursued by stolen PDF interceptors painted with cult sigils beneath flaking aquilers. Dropships fell in flames. Cargo haulers detonated over refugee districts. On the ground, billions of bodies moved through madness. Planetary Defense Force brigades fought hive militia, who had worn the same uniform hours earlier. Guard regiments advanced behind tank companies and artillery crawlers, their banners snapping in chemical wind. Penal battalions were driven forward by explosive collars and commissarial guns. Civilian mobs clogged transit avenues, praying, rioting, burning suspected mutants, being burned in turn. War on that scale ceased to resemble war. It became weather. The Black Star punched through it. The half-living pilot threaded the gunship between flak bursts, his auger eyes feeding targeting data into the kill team's helms. The hull shook. Warning runes flared and died. A missile struck a decoy flare and burst close enough to hammer the troop bay with shrapnel. Hrothgar laughed. Vorlon prayed. Savian checked the feed from the cathedral crown. Malrek reviewed brood anatomy. Barakiel stood with one hand on the hilt of his power sword. Kadro counted descent intervals and fire lanes. Voss's voice cut through the vibration. Target is Cathedral Spire Ascendant. Cult mass in progress beneath Loyalist iconography. Upper Brood Command present. Strike duration must remain beneath 11 minutes. After that, local air defense will bracket us, and the Guard will begin saturation bombardment. Holt's voice entered from orbit. The congregation is to be considered vector mass. Kadro did not answer. The grief of vigilance slammed onto the cathedral roof hard enough to crack marble older than several planetary dynasties. Its assault ramp dropped into a storm of bells and smoke. The kill team deployed beneath statues of imperial saints, whose faces had been subtly recarved to show extra arms beneath their robes. Savian was gone before the first mortal scream reached the roof. They descended through stained glass. Black-armored giants fell into the cathedral, like judgment from a murdered heaven. Glass rained around them in shards of red, blue, gold, and violet. Below, thousands knelt in worship, their heads shaved, their backs marked with devotional scars that formed the secret sign of the cult. Priests in purple vestments turned. Magi raised their hands. Brood guards unfolded from the congregation, throwing off pilgrim robes to reveal claws, ridged skulls, and mining lasers. Voss fired first. The bolt round struck a priest in the chest and detonated him across the altar. Kadro's Stalker rifle spoke in measured rhythm, each shot removing a command node. One Magus lost his jaw. Another fell backward with his skull opened above the left eye. A brood commander took a hellfire round through the ribs and dissolved from within, its torso collapsing into chemical steam. Then the congregation rose. Infected civilians surged forward as one body, men in work robes, children with shaved heads, miners, manufactorum laborers, pilgrims. Some carried blades, some carried icons, Some carried nothing but their own bodies, pushed by the brood will toward the black giants. Behind them, true hybrids set up firing positions. Mining lasers flashed. Hrothgar took the first blast on his storm shield, the impacts painting the black surface white with heat. He advanced step by step, shield locked, boots cracking the cathedral tiles. A hybrid lunged from behind a column, and he crushed it against the stone with the rim of the shield. Its skull burst like rotten fruit. Vorlon's Infernus heavy bolter began to sing. Heavy rounds tore through the front ranks, detonating bodies in rows. Promethium washed over barricades made from pews and altar stone. Dragonfire bolts burst above cover, showering cultists hiding behind overturned reliquaries with burning fragments. Men screamed as fire found them beneath benches. Hybrids clawed at their own faces as biocorrosive payloads opened them from inside. The cathedral filled with smoke, cooked blood, and the hammering thunder of disciplined extermination. Caedro saw the civilians driven ahead. They came in a packed wave, eyes wide, mouths open, hands raised not in attack but in helpless motion. Behind them, cult gunners used their bodies as a moving wall. The broodmind had no sentiment. It spent human flesh as cover because flesh was abundant. For a fraction of a second, Caedro's finger did not tighten. They had human eyes. One looked at him, old, terrified. A man who might have prayed to the Emperor all his life before the infection blooming in his blood made him a shield for monsters. "Fire," Voss ordered. Caedro fired. The Stalker rifle kicked against his shoulder. The round passed through the old man and struck the hybrid behind him. Both bodies came apart, one in a red mist, the other in a burst of blackened organ slurry. The line followed. Bolters spoke. Civilians folded, burst, and fell. The Deathwatch shot through them into the things using them. Flesh became vector. Vector became target. Target became ash. Hrothgar's voice came over the Vox, thick with rage. They still had human eyes. Voss reloaded with machine calm. Then they should not have used them to look upon the alien. Above them, Sarvian killed the bell tower sentries one by one, cutting spinal cords and dropping bodies silently into the smoke. Barakiel reached the pulpit, where a primus in stolen ecclesiarchal armor waited with a power pick and a grin too wide for its face. The duel lasted 6 heartbeats. The primus struck fast enough to crack Barakiel's pauldron. The Dark Angel accepted the wound, stepped inside the next blow, and drove his sword through the creature's mouth and out through the back of its skull. Malrek found the hidden brood node beneath the altar. It was a living mass wired into the cathedral's Vox array, pulsing with stolen prayers. He placed gravitic charges around it and activated them without haste. The organ collapsed inward, squeezing itself into a wet sphere before bursting across the floor. The cult mass broke. Without command, the remaining infected became animals. Some fled, some charged, some fell to their knees and screamed as the brood voice vanished from their skulls. Vorlon burned them all the same. "Time," Voss said. Caedro checked his helm chronometer. 10 minutes, 43 seconds. "Extraction!" The grief of vigilance rose from the cathedral roof as guard artillery began to fall. The first shells struck the lower districts, walking inward toward the spire in a widening ring of fire. From above, Hive Tertian looked like a diseased organ being cauterized. Roads filled with bodies. Trains burned on elevated rails. PDF armor dueled in intersections packed with refugees. Loudspeakers blared contradictory orders. Priests called for faith. Commissars called for discipline. Cult transmitters called for uprising. The Deathwatch called for nothing. They had already done their work. In orbit, aboard a sealed command deck, Holt watched the infection map change. The cathedral node died. Then another. Then another, as other kill teams and Imperial strikes followed the pattern Sepulchre had exposed. Across Gathalamor Secundus, hidden cult cells answered the deaths of their leaders with panic transmissions. Every cry for help became a location marker. Every psychic scream became a trail. Every attempt to flee lit another target rune. Pity is how an infestation learns to breathe. Holt said. No one answered him. In the troop bay, Hrothgar sat with blood drying along the edge of his armor. His storm shield was blackened and scored. He stared at nothing. Kedro cleaned his rifle in silence. Vorlan whispered a litany over the promethium gauges of his weapon. Savian watched helmet footage of the fleeing cultists, marking those who moved with purpose. Barakiel wiped his blade with a strip of altar cloth taken from the corrupted cathedral. Malrek reviewed tissue samples harvested from the brood node and felt something cold pass through the data. Not fear. Fear belonged to meat, recognition. The astropathic choir aboard the command vessel began screaming. Every Vox channel filled with wet, choked gasps. On the bridge displays, astropaths collapsed in their thrones, blood running from their eyes, ears, and mouths. Some clawed at their own faces. Others whispered in voices not their own. One managed to speak a single sentence before his skull cracked under pressure from within. They are coming to feed. Beyond Gathalamor Secundus, beyond the burning hive world and its billions of dying prayers, the warp seemed to draw back from the system like a wounded animal. Then, the shadow pressed in. Cold, vast, mindless, and infinite. The Genestealer cult had not merely prepared rebellion. It had not merely seeded worlds, ships, gantries, and hives for uprising. It had prepared a feast, and somewhere in the devouring dark between the stars, the Tyranids had scented the table. The first sign of the Tyranids was not sight, it was silence. Gathalamor Secundus had been a world of billions, and even in rebellion, even in purge, even beneath artillery storms and cathedral fires, it had never been silent. Its hive spires groaned with industry and panic. Its vox nets spat prayers, execution orders, militia cant, cult transmissions, guard command traffic, and the constant electric screams of a civilization eating itself alive. Its astropaths had wailed until their throats tore. Its priests had shouted from burning pulpits. Its soldiers had died calling for ammunition, medici, mothers, saints, and the emperor. Then, the shadow in the warp reached the system, and the voices began to vanish. One choir after another fell mute. Astropathic relays burst into white flame. Navigators clawed at their third eyes until blood ran down their faces and pooled in the collars of their robes. Vox traffic degraded into clicks, wet hissing, and the sound of men breathing too fast in trenches where they could no longer hear command. The warp did not merely darken, it recoiled. It compressed around the minds of men until thought itself felt hunted. From orbit, the Tyranid splinter fleet arrived as a living storm. The first bioships came out of the dark, between stars like organs torn from a god and taught to swim. They were vast, ribbed things, their hides armored in chitinous plates, their flanks swollen with brood sacs and weapon cysts. Smaller organisms clustered around them in shoals, each one alive, each one hungry, each one part of a single will, too immense for hatred. They crossed the void without engines, as mankind understood them. They moved by instinct, gravity, and the cold appetite of the hive mind. The stars behind them disappeared, blotted out by bodies, spore clouds, and drifting membranes of alien flesh. Orbital batteries opened fire. Macro shells struck living hulls and burst in oceans of ichor. Lance beams burned tunnels through bioships, cauterizing wounds that sealed moments later beneath rippling layers of fresh tissue. Imperial Navy cruisers drove forward, broadsides roaring, their prows crowned with aquilas and martyr bones. They died under bioplasma and boarding spores. One cruiser was caught by tendrils longer than hive towers, drawn close and cracked open like marrow bone. Its crew spilled into the void in glittering clouds, freezing before the Tyranid feeder organisms descended upon them. Mycetic spores began to fall. They came through the atmosphere like diseased rain, thousands upon thousands, their outer shells burning black as they plunged through cloud and flak. Some were destroyed in descent and burst open over the cities, showering streets with acid, parasites, and half-formed things that crawled from their own splattered birth matter. Others struck hab blocks, manufactoria, trench lines, cathedrals, ammunition yards, water refineries, and refugee columns. They opened with wet thunder. Gaunts poured out. Warriors unfolded. Ripper swarms boiled across the ground like living sewage. Capillary towers rose through hive streets before the hour was done. They punched upward from beneath ferrocrete, splitting roads, transit rails, burial vaults, and manufactorum floors. Veined stalks, thick as fortress walls, twisted toward the sky, drinking atmosphere, heat, blood, and ash. Digestion pools formed in the lower levels of manufactoria where molten metal had once flowed. Men fell into them screaming and came apart in layers, flesh dissolving first, then muscle, then bone, until only uniforms and weapon straps floated on the surface before sinking. Kill Team Sepulchre watched the world turn from civil war to extinction. They stood in the troop bay of the grief of vigilance as the Corvus Black Star knifed through smoke and falling spores. The half-living pilot fused into the cockpit throne-fed battlefield projections into their helm displays. Red sectors marked cult activity. Black sectors marked Tyrannid overruns. Silver runes marked Deathwatch objectives. Whole hives flickered between colors so rapidly that the tactical map resembled an open wound pulsing beneath a skin of static. Watch Captain Voss stood motionless in the shaking bay, his bolter mag locked to his thigh and a frag cannon chained to the weapon rack beside him. "Doctrine," he said. Kedro Tal answered at once. "Synapse targeting. Leader beast decapitation. Deny biomass where possible. Hellfire ammunition prioritized against warrior organisms and command strains. Bioacid countermeasures active. Helm seals confirmed. Armor wounds to be cauterized immediately. No unprotected flesh exposure." Continue. "Furor pattern fire distribution against gaunt density. Wide frontage. Explosive spread. Use the dead to slow the living." Voss inclined his helm. "The horde is a weapon. Make it a barricade." Hrothgar Redmane rolled his wounded shoulder beneath repaired black plate. The storm shield on his arm bore new scorch marks from Gathalamor's cathedral war. "At last, an enemy that does not hide behind old men and prayer benches." Malrex Vox replied without warmth. "The Tyrannid hides behind abundance. It spends bodies with greater discipline than the cult." Vorlan checked the promethium feed of his Infernus heavy bolter. "Then we shall test whether abundance burns." Barakiel said nothing. His plasma pistol was already in his hand, its coils dormant, its machine spirit held in leash. Savian crouched near the assault ramp, black armor lost in the troop bay gloom, knife hilts angled for silent murder, though silence had no place in what waited below. The Black Star descended through poison cloud. Below, trench lines ringed the outer manufactorum belt of Hive Tertian, where Astra Militarum regiments and surviving planetary defense force units had been thrown into a desperate cordon. Billions fought across the world, but the war beneath Sepulchre narrowed to one line of mud, ash, sandbags, razor wire, shattered gun emplacements, and men staring into rain that was no longer water. It rained living matter. Spores burst against helmets and trench walls. Tiny feeder worms wriggled in puddles of blood. Guardsmen stamped them under boots, burned them with lighters, or screamed when the things found the gaps beneath collars and burrowed inward. Laser guns flashed in ragged volleys. Heavy bolters hammered from bunker nests. Mortars thumped until their crews were dragged under by gaunts climbing over their own dead. The grief of vigilance came in low, wing guns tearing across the Tyrannid front. Explosions walked through the swarm, bursting gaunts into acid spray and chitin fragments. The assault ramp opened before landing, and Sepulchre dropped into the trench line like black judgment. Kedro landed among guardsmen whose faces were grey with exhaustion and terror. One man looked up at him with the awe mortals reserved for saints and executioners. "My lord," the guardsman said. Caedro fired over his head and destroyed a leaping gaunt in mid-air. Its skull became mist. Its body struck the trench wall and slid down, twitching. "Eyes forward," Caedro said. Fura pattern began. Voss gave the line through Command Vox, and the Deathwatch opened fire across a wide frontage. No wasted shots into empty fury, no clustered heroics. Bolter fire spread in overlapping arcs, detonating the foremost Tyranids so their bodies fell into the path of those behind. Hellfire rounds struck warrior organisms and burst with tailored biocorrosives, eating through chitin, liquefying organs, turning synaptic beasts into steaming carcasses that still transmitted pain through the swarm. Dragonfire shells detonated above trench lips and shattered gaunts massing behind corpse piles. Metal storm rounds turned close-packed broods into shredded carpets of bone and acid. The guardsmen saw the method and found courage in it. For a few minutes, the line held. Laser volleys stabbed into the rain. Plasma gunners fired until their coils glowed too bright. A sergeant with one eye and a severed hand shouted orders from atop a bunker roof before a gargoyle took his head off and carried it skyward in its claws. A commissar executed a fleeing squad, then died when a ravener erupted beneath him and opened him from groin to throat. Tyranid claws found armor seams and peeled men apart. Guardsmen vanished under bodies. Some screamed for help. Others fired their lasguns inside the mouths of beasts that had already begun eating them. Hrothgar stood at a breach in the trench wall, shield raised, blade cutting in brutal arcs. Gaunts broke against him. He smashed them down and stepped on their bodies until he had built a mound beneath his boots. Vorlan turned a communications dugout into a furnace when feeder organisms began spilling from its vox cables. Men inside burned with the swarm, their silhouettes thrashing behind flame until the promethium consumed both prayer and parasite. A synapse beast appeared beyond the trench. It rose taller than a battle tank, armored in ridged plates, its skull crowned with sensory spines. Tyranid warriors clustered around it, and the gaunts near the trench changed instantly.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Their attack sharpened. They no longer hurled themselves blindly against the guns. They flowed toward weak points, burrowed beneath firing steps, dragged wounded men backward to clear paths for larger beasts. Caedro marked the creature. Synapse node, range obstructed. "It is using Trench Gamma 9 as cover," Malrek said. "Imperial survivors present." Voss did not hesitate. "Artillery, saturate Gamma 9, pattern skullfall, immediate." A mortal commander's voice broke into the channel. Negative. We have men in that trench. Emperor curse you. There are 3 companies still alive down there." Voss repeated, "Saturate Gamma 9. The commander screamed through static. "You black-armored bastard. Those are my men." Holt's voice entered from orbit, dry and calm. "Your objection has been logged and discarded." The guns spoke. Imperial artillery fell upon Trench Gamma 9 with the indifference of falling judgment. Earthshaker shells walked the line. The trench vanished beneath fountains of mud, meat, fire, and alien bodies. Guardsmen died beside the beasts killing them. The synapse creature reared as shrapnel tore through its chest. A final shell struck close enough to lift it from the ground and split it open across the spine. Its psychic death rolled through the swarm like a snapped tendon. The gaunts faltered. The remaining guard line cheered, because from their position they had not seen the loyal dead buried beneath the victory. Hrothgar had. He turned toward Voss, blood and acid streaming from his shield. "You ordered fire onto living men." "I killed the synapse beast. You killed thousands." "I killed the correct thousands." A fresh wave struck the left flank before the argument could become more. The guard line buckled. Tyranid warriors forced their way through shattered wire and climbed into the trenches, bone swords rising and falling. Men came apart under their blades. One warrior seized a heavy bolter team and smashed both crewmen against the weapon shield until only red smears remained. Another drove its talons through a chimera hatch and dragged out the crew in pieces. Hrothgar broke formation. He hurled himself toward the collapse, storm shield first, a Fenrisian curse tearing from his vox grill. Tyrannid gaunts hit him from every side. He plowed through them, crushing skulls, breaking spines, slamming beasts aside with shield blows that burst their bodies against trench walls. He reached the warriors and struck with the fury of a living avalanche. His frost-edged blade took an arm. His shield caved in a ribcage. A bone sword glanced from his helm, cutting a white scar through the black plate. He answered by ramming the shield edge through the creature's throat and tearing upward. The guardsmen saw him and roared. They rallied around the black giant, firing point blank into the swarm, clubbing gaunts with empty laser guns, dragging wounded men away from feeder organisms. For a moment, the trench was not a line awaiting death. It was a pack around a king. Voss's voice came cold through the vox. Hrothgar, return to assigned frontage. The space wolf ripped his blade from a warrior's chest. The flank was dying. Inspiration is not the mission. Hrothgar turned, surrounded by corpses, blood running through the joints of his armor. Then, your mission has no blood in it. Voss did not answer. The Deathwatch withdrew only when the objective rune pulsed beneath the Manufactorum district. Malrek had found something. The hive node lay below the dead Manufactorum, beneath levels choked with digestion pools and abandoned machinery. Sepulchre descended through service shafts slick with acid condensation and human remains. The air shimmered with spores. Every step crushed small organisms under ceramite boots. The walls pulsed in places, where tyrannid growth had fused with steel, turning imperial industry into alien intestine. The chamber at the bottom had been a data shrine once. Now, it was a womb. Tyrannid organisms had grown around the central cogitator stacks in deliberate patterns, not random infestation, not feeder growth. Warrior beasts hung from the ceiling in nutrient sacs, their skulls split open and threaded with metallic filaments. Genestealer remains were fused into the floor. Biocables ran through banks of imperial machinery and into something suspended above the dead altar. A lattice. It was metallic, but not imperial. It had no rivets, no sacred welds, no machine spirit housings. Its geometry shifted when looked at directly. Curves became angles. Angles became hooks. Wet tyrannid tissue grew through it, as though the hive mind had tried to swallow the object, and instead been taught to kneel around it. Malrek approached with reverence that was not reverence. "This is not tyrannid evolution," he said. Kadro covered the chamber entrance. "Explain." "The organisms are not consuming the lattice. They are integrating around it. Neural pathways redirected. Synaptic flow altered. Command translation across non-compatible biological architecture." Hrothgar spat acid blood from his mouth. "Speak like a warrior." "Something is trying to command them." Voss stared at the suspended artifact. "The crown." The word seemed to wake the chamber. The lattice pulsed. Every tyrannid organism hanging from the ceiling opened its eyes. The firefight was sudden and close. Warriors tore free from their sacks. Half-grown gaunts spilled from wall membranes. A synaptic pulse struck the kill team hard enough to white out helm displays. Kadro called kill box coordinates by instinct, marking the chamber exits, assigning fire lanes, cutting retreat angles. Vorlon burned the walls until the living tissue blackened and shrank. Barakiel stepped into the path of a warrior beast and met its bone swords with power blade and plasma fire. Savian vanished beneath a collapsing gantry and reappeared behind a synapse feeder, severing its spinal cord. Hrothgar held the main breach, laughing through blood. Voss reached the lattice. He tore the crown fragment free with both hands. The chamber screamed, not sound, command, hunger, mathematical rage clothed in alien instinct. Above them, Orbital Command reached its final verdict. Gathalamor Secundus could not be saved. Holt's order passed through the fleet in sealed code. Atmospheric toxin deployment, orbital fire breaks, denial of biomass. Hive districts not yet consumed would be sterilized before Tyranid digestion could claim them. Oceans would be poisoned. Agri-vaults burned. Refugee corridors collapsed. The Imperial War would no longer seek victory upon the world. It would prevent the enemy from eating too much of the corpse. Caedro heard the order and felt no surprise. That troubled him more than horror would have. The extraction platform collapsed under living rain. The grief of vigilance descended through spores, bioplasma, flak, and ash, its hull burning in 3 places, its guns screaming. Gargoyles swarmed the aircraft, clawing at wings, hurling themselves into engine intakes, bursting against the canopy in splashes of ichor. The pilot's machine voice chanted damage reports with liturgical calm. Sepulchre fought toward the platform as the Manufactorum district died around them. Savian was nearly taken by gargoyles when a cluster dropped from the smoke and hooked into his armor. They lifted him from the ground, wings beating, claws scraping for helm seals. He cut one apart in midair, lost a knife, seized another by the throat, and used its body as weight to drag himself down. Caedro shot the last from his back before it could carry him into the swarm. Vorlan stood half buried in twitching gaunts, Infernus-heavy bolter roaring until the barrels glowed red. Bodies piled around him, burned, burst, crawling even while dead. His armor disappeared beneath blood, ash, and hooked limbs. He kept firing. Barachiel met the Tyranid Prime at the edge of the landing platform. It came through smoke like a blade made flesh, taller than the others, faster, its bone swords bright with guard blood. Barachiel's plasma pistol blew a crater in its chest. It did not slow. Their blades met. The Prime drove him backward toward the collapsing edge. Barachiel turned one strike, accepted, another across the pauldron, and drove his power sword through the beast's lower jaw. It shrieked, impaled and still killing. He fired the plasma pistol into its open mouth. Its skull burst in white fire. Voss reached the ramp with the crown fragment locked against his chest in a containment claw. Caedro stood at the platform's edge, calling coordinates. Kill box Sanctus, north approach, danger close, repeat, danger close. Artillery and Black Star fire struck together. The world became explosions. Tyranids vanished under flame. The platform cracked. The ramp swallowed the kill team one by one. As the grief of vigilance tore upward, toxin clouds bloomed below, like bruises spreading across the atmosphere. Orbital lances drew fire breaks through hive districts. The cities of Gathalamor Secundus burned not to save the world, but to make its corpse less nourishing. In the troop bay, no one spoke. The crown fragment lay in a stasis field between them, organic tissue still clinging to the metallic lattice. It pulsed once, twice. Then the Tyranid flesh withdrew from it like a frightened animal. The metal unfolded. It became geometry too precise for hunger. Green light crawled along impossible seams. The lattice rotated without moving, and the vox filled with cold pulses that were not speech, yet every machine in the bay tried to answer. Malrek leaned close, augmetic eyes widening by a fraction. That is not Tyranid code, Caedro said. No, Malrek whispered. The fragment pulsed again, and somewhere deep in the dark of the galaxy, something older than mankind turned in its sleep. The Tyranids did not create it. The lights aboard the Black Star flickered. For a heartbeat, every helm display showed the same image, a tomb door opening beneath a dead sun. Then the image vanished, leaving the kill team in red darkness as the burning world fell away below them. Silence came after hunger. The dead world beneath the grief of vigilance had no weather. No wind moved across its plains. No insects crawled beneath its stones. No vox traffic rose from its surface in broken pleas or dying orders. There were no screams, no artillery hymns, no hive sirens, no wet chorus of tyrannid digestion pools drinking a civilization down to bone. Gathalamor Secundus had died loudly. This world waited without breath. It hung beneath a dead sun, grey and ochre, veined with black canyons and metallic scars that no tectonic shift had made. The Mechanicus had named it Charon's Anvil because the first auger sweeps had shown mineral wealth beneath its crust, and because priests of Mars were fond of naming graves as if names made ownership real. Excavation teams had descended in sealed crawlers, drilling rigs, and red-robed processions. They had sung to their machines. They had burned incense before cutting into the earth. They had sent back reports of impossible architecture buried beneath basalt and glass. Then, they had stopped transmitting. The first picked captures had shown the remains. Not bodies, arrangements, men reduced to geometric piles of organs, each heap sorted by unknown logic, hearts in circles, eyes in lines, lungs flattened into wet fans, bones stacked into small pyramids, polished clean, and placed beneath the shadow of machines that had not moved in 60 million years. Servitors had been disassembled without damage to their metal parts, their flesh removed in strips and hung from survey tripods like banners. Tech priests had been opened with such precision that their augmetics still functioned, clicking and praying within cages of exposed rib. Tyrannids devoured, orcs smashed, cults corrupted, necrons corrected. That was the thought Caedro Tal could not put aside as the Black Star descended. He stood in the troop bay with his stalker bolt rifle mag locked across his breastplate, watching the surface rise on his helm display. The crown fragment recovered from Gathalamor had led them here. It had unfolded into living metal geometry aboard the gunship and spoken in cold pulses that made every machine spirit recoil. Obsidian Vows savants had compared the signal to ancient Necron code fragments stored in the Black Vaults. Holt had ordered the match sealed from all but the Watch Commander, then ordered Sepulchre deployed before the tomb world could fully wake. Voss stood at the ramp. His armor had been repaired after Gathalamor, but nothing could repair the stink of extinction clinging to memory. The watch captain's voice entered the squad vox without ceremony. Necron contact protocols. Bolter kill confirmation is insufficient. Dismemberment is insufficient. If the body attempts reconstitution, switch to derevenant shells, melter saturation, gravitic collapse, or phase disruption. Do not admire their endurance, end it. Malrek's augmetic fingers flexed around the housing of his gravitic weapon. Reanimation thresholds vary by dynasty, command proximity, and damage pattern. Skeletal warriors are lesser concern. Cryptech command elements will accelerate repair cycles. Destroying leadership will degrade persistence. Purgatus once identified, Voss said. Until then, Dominatus against elite formations. Remove the guard before the master. Vorlan's Infernus heavy bolter rested across his gauntlets like a chained execution shrine. The dead that rise are an insult to honest corpses. Hrothgar gave a low grunt. You finally speak sense. Barachiel said nothing. His hood was down, helm sealed, black oath script crawling across his power sword as it woke in its sheath. Savian crouched near the ramp, still as a shadow carved in armor. The grief of vigilance came down beside the primary excavation wound, a canyon-sized cut in the plain where Mechanicus drills had broken through stone and found the tomb beneath. The landing zone was wrong before the ramp opened. No bodies lay scattered. No signs of retreat marked the dust. The dead had been moved, ordered, sorted. Sepulchre disembarked into stillness. Their mag boots touched dust that had not felt rain in geological ages. Ahead, the excavation site descended in tiers of collapsed machinery and black stone. Drilling rigs leaned at impossible angles, their red paint stripped by Gauss scoring. Servo crawlers sat frozen mid-task, their crews removed and arranged in organ patterns along the tracks. The entrance to the tomb yawned beneath them, a rectangular darkness too clean to be natural, its edges cut with mathematical disdain. Holt's voice came from orbit, clear despite the deadening field around the planet. The Mechanicus teams below are to be considered compromised unless proven otherwise. Primary objective is crown architecture. Secondary objective is data denial. Tertiary objective is survival. Hrothgar snorted. At least he keeps survival in the list. Voss moved first. Advance. The tomb swallowed them. Inside, the air was cold enough to frost armor seals. Green light pulsed along walls of black stone and living metal. The corridor stretched too far, every surface engraved with lines that shifted when seen from the corner of the eye. Their footsteps carried no echo. Even the machine spirits in their weapons seemed to lower their voices. They found the first Necron warriors, standing in ranks within a chamber of open sarcophagi. They did not shout. They did not charge. They turned in silence as one, skull faces lit by emerald eyes, gas flares rising with the patience of executioners. The first exchange lasted seconds. Kadro's Stalker rifle punched shells through rib cages and skulls. Voss's bolter detonated spines. Vorland's heavy weapon tore skeletal torsos apart in bursts of flame and explosive force. Hrothgar's shield led the advance, green beams skittering across its surface. Savian moved along the flank, placing rounds through neck joints and knee assemblies. Barakiel cut down one warrior in 2 clean strokes. The fallen began to rise. Hands dragged themselves across the floor. Shattered skulls rotated, eyes rekindling. Broken ribs reknit in crawling streams of living metal. Severed limbs slid back to their owners with insect patience. One warrior pulled itself upright despite missing half its torso. "Switch," Voss ordered. Derevenant shells loaded in a ripple of practiced motion. The next volley struck differently. Each shell detonated with a pale disruption flare that clung to the Necron bodies, crawling through living metal like frost through blood. Reanimation faltered. Warriors collapsed and remained collapsed, twitching beneath phase static. Malrek fired gravitic compression into a cluster trying to reform, and the floor beneath them buckled as their bodies folded inward, limbs and spines crushed into a dense knot of sparking metal. Vorlan followed with melter fire, reducing the knot to glowing slag. The rhythm of combat changed. Against flesh, the Deathwatch killed and moved. Against Necrons, they killed, watched, killed again, denied and confirmed. Every corpse was a possible lie. Every silence was a weapon being reloaded by time. Deeper in, they met another Deathwatch force already dying. Kill Team Gallomark had entered through a secondary breach. Their locator runes flickered weakly in Kadro's display, then resolved as Sepulchre reached a junction lined with green crystal pylons. Black-armored veterans fought there beneath sheets of gas fire, holding a corridor choked with skeletal dead. One had lost an arm and fired a bolt pistol with the other until a beam peeled away his helm and the face beneath. Another lay against a wall, legs gone at the thighs, armor below the waist erased molecule by molecule. He kept firing a combi melter from the ground, each blast turning advancing warriors into molten ruin. Sepulchre, the legless veteran voxed, his signal distorted by damage. Command construct beyond. Lichguard presence. Cryptek confirmed. Our captain is dead. Voss answered while firing. You are relieved. No, the veteran said. I am expended. Gauss fire struck him again. His torso began to come apart in green light, ceramite peeling, flesh beneath vanishing in particles. He fired until his trigger hand was gone. He continued to transmit while his lungs became ash. Long vigil endures. Then the beam took the rest of him. Hrothgar's shield glowed white beneath repeated gas strikes. Warning runes crawled across his display. He lowered his shoulder and advanced anyway, roaring as the shield's outer face began to melt. Behind him, Kydro and Voss placed a revenant rounds through the gaps he made. Barakiel moved with sudden speed, meeting the first Lichguard as they emerged from the green gloom. They were taller than the warriors, armored in segmented metal, carrying shields and blades that shimmered with ancient force. They did not fight like machines. They fought like aristocrats who had decided the laws of motion were beneath them. "Dominatus," Voss ordered. Sepulchre shifted. No one wasted shots on lesser warriors. Fire converged on elite targets. Malrek's gravitic weapon pinned one Lichguard mid-stride, its legs bending under multiplied mass. Hrothgar smashed into another and held it shield to shield, teeth bared behind his helm. Barakiel's power sword rang against a war scythe, sparks of blue and green lighting the corridor. Vorlon's Infernus heavy bolter hammered a third until its shield failed, then bathed the construct in melter heat. Malrek raised his augmetic arm to interface with a fallen Necron blade for a fragmentary reading. The blade moved. Living metal crawled from it like liquid insects across his gauntlet, through the elbow coupling, into the mechanisms of the arm. For a heartbeat, his fingers opened and closed without his command. The arm turned toward his own throat. Malrek watched it happen. Then he destroyed it. A microcharge detonated at the shoulder socket. His augmetic arm blew free in a burst of shrapnel and oily sparks, striking the floor where it continued to crawl toward the Necron dead. Malrek shot it twice with his sidearm, reducing it to molten fragments. Hrothgar saw the blast. "Your own arm?" "Compromised," Malrek said. "And if it had been flesh? I would have burned that as well." Beyond the Lichguard chamber, the tomb divided into impossible paths. Corridors turned back upon themselves. Stairs descended into ceilings. Doors opened onto the same room from different angles. Caedro's mapping runes began contradicting one another. Savian paused at a junction, head tilted. "Architecture is lying." "No," Barakiel said. All helms turned toward him. The Dark Angel stepped past them and placed one gauntlet against a wall marked with crescent glyphs and segmented stars. "It is speaking to those who know its grammar." Caedro's eyes narrowed behind his lenses. "You recognize this?" Barakiel did not answer directly. He touched 3 glyphs in sequence. The wall opened without sound, revealing a narrow passage that was absent from every scan. Hrothgar rumbled, "Convenient." "Necessary," Barakiel said. Caedro followed him into the passage. "From what archive did you learn this?" The Dark Angel walked ahead, blade ready. "Knowledge has ranks." The passage saved them from annihilation. Behind them, the corridor they had been about to take, filled with green fire, as pylons awakened and atomized everything within it. A Mechanicus rescue cohort trapped there vanished from the Auspex in the span of a breath. Their screams came through emergency vox, shredded by static and disbelief. "Imperial life signs below," Caedro said. "Mechanicus excavation teams. At least 300. Some may be uncontaminated." Holt's reply arrived without delay. "Seal lower tomb access." Hrothgar stopped walking. "They are alive. Their minds may contain compromised data. They are alive. The distinction is not strategically relevant." Malrek's remaining mechadendrites twitched as he adjusted his weapon. "Sealing is correct. Any recovered witness requires memory excision at minimum. Destruction is cleaner." Hrothgar turned on him, and this time he moved fast enough that Caedro's bolter came up by instinct. The Space Wolf seized Malrek by the gorget and drove him against the wall hard enough to crack the stone. "You approved too quickly, Iron Corpse." Malrek's voice remained calm. "Your emotional delay increases risk." Hrothgar drew back a fist. Voss stepped between them, frag cannon angled downward, but ready. "The long vigil does not permit fratricide until after mission completion." For a long moment, no one moved. Then Hrothgar released Malrek with a shove. Below them, distant blast doors closed. The Mechanicus signals vanished one by one, not because the men died at once, but because meters of black living metal and imperial denial sealed them away from help. Their last transmissions became tiny fragments in the Vox. "Do not leave us. By Mars, we have data. The glyphs are moving. Something is waking." The tomb answered. A throne chamber opened around Sepulchre, vast and silent, its ceiling lost in darkness. At its center rose a dais of black stone. Upon it stood the Necron Overlord. He had been waiting. He was taller than the Lich Guard, his body wrought in gold, black metal, and emerald light. A resurrection orb floated near one skeletal hand. His war scythe rested blade down against the floor. He did not rage at their intrusion. He did not hurry. He looked upon the Deathwatch with the same contempt a lord might grant vermin found nesting in the walls of an ancestral palace. When he spoke, the words entered their Vox systems in flawless high Gothic. "You mistake survival for dominion." Voss raised his bolter. "Purgatus." The battle became immediate. Lichguard stepped from hidden alcoves. Scarab swarms poured from floor seams. A cryptek appeared behind a veil of fractured light, staff raised, green lightning coiling around its limbs. Sepulchre answered with everything the armory had given them. Phase disruption charges struck the dais and tore holes in the air. Melter fire washed over Lichguard shields. Hrothgar crashed into the Overlord's guard with thunderous shield blows, his frost-edged blade carving through joints when force failed. Vorlan turned scarab swarms into burning carpets, though hundreds reached his armor and began eating into the ceramite before Savian shot them from his back. Barachiel dueled a Lichguard captain beneath the Overlord's gaze. Power Sword met War Scythe. Sparks fell like rain. Caedro marked the cryptek and called Purgatus fire. Malrek, one arm gone, anchored his gravitic weapon against his hip and fired into the cryptek's phase field. The field distorted. Voss launched a melter charge through the opening. The cryptek vanished in white heat, its command signal breaking into static. The Overlord moved then. His war scythe cut through the air where Voss had stood an instant before. It struck the floor and carved a glowing trench through stone. Hrothgar slammed into him from the side. The storm shield met alien metal and nearly shattered. Barachiel struck from the other flank. Caedro fired Kraken rounds into the Overlord's chest. The shells punched through ornamented armor, but the wounds closed almost as soon as they opened. "You are brief," the Overlord said. "All your species are brief." Voss placed a melter charge against the Overlord's leg with his own gauntlet. "Then remember us quickly." Hrothgar drove the shield forward. Barachiel cut low. The charge detonated. The Overlord's lower body vanished in fusion fire. He toppled, torso still alive, one hand reaching for the resurrection orb. Savian appeared from nowhere and shot the orb with a Derevenant shell. It cracked, phase light spilling like blood. The tomb screamed in code. The crown lattice rose from the dais. It had been buried beneath the throne chamber, larger than the fragment from Gathalamor. A crown of metal geometry and command spines linked to the tomb's deeper systems. Images flashed across every helm display. Tyrannid swarms halting mid-charge, orc mobs turning in synchrony, human cultists kneeling, Necron glyphs ordering lesser lives into war patterns. The Synapse crown was not a relic. It was a network. A command architecture designed to suppress biological swarm will, redirect alien aggression, and translate instinct into strategy. Then the Eldari came. They struck through a wound of light in the air. Impossible speed, pale helms, blades like captured moonlight, shuriken fire sliced through servitors, scarabs, and Necron warriors alike. They moved with obscene precision, killing only what stood between them and the crown lattice. One passed within a meter of Caedro, too fast for his first shot. His second took the raider through the side, detonating the alien's torso in a burst of blood and shattered spirit stones. Another leapt over Hrothgar's shield and carved a line across his helm before vanishing behind a shimmer field. Savian tracked them best, but even he was half a heartbeat late. A robed Eldari figure placed a crystal device against the crown lattice. A fragment detached, folding into itself with a sound like glass learning to breathe. Barakiel lunged, blade outstretched. The alien turned its faceless helm toward him. Too late, corpse servant. Then the webway breach reopened. The Eldari vanished with the fragment. The remaining Necron constructs froze for a breath, as if insult had exceeded calculation. Then the tomb began to collapse its own chamber. Extraction, Voss ordered. They ran through green fire, falling stone, and reawakening dead. Behind them, the crippled overlord dragged himself across the floor, eyes blazing with hatred, older than mankind's first prayer. Above, orbital command marked the tomb for sealing. Holt's voice followed them through the collapsing corridors. All restraint is void. The Eldari have taken crown matter. They will be hunted. The grief of vigilance pulled Sepulchre from the tomb mouth as the first orbital charges fell. Beneath them, Charon's anvil split along its excavation wounds, black stones sealing over Mechanicus dead, Necron dead, and truths no living mind would be permitted to carry. In the troop bay, no one spoke for a long while. Then Voss opened the next doctrine file. Venator Pursuit. Savian looked up from cleaning alien blood off his knife. For the first time since Kaedro had known him, the Raven Guard smiled. It was a small expression. Thin, joyless, worse than hunger. The Eldari had taken speed as their shield. The Deathwatch would make cruelty faster. The Eldari did not flee like prey. They vanished like accusation. Their trail led through dead places that had never belonged to mankind and never should have been touched by Imperial boots. The grief of vigilance pursued ghost signs across 3 systems, each one colder and older than the last. The half-living pilot sat fused into his cockpit throne, his auger eyes bleeding data through machine sockets as the Corvus Black Star followed ion scars, psychic residue, and faint webway stress fractures that flickered across the void like wounds in glass. The first sign was debris from a dead craft world, drifting in the dark beyond a nameless red star. Vast curves of wraithbone turned slowly in the silence, pale and elegant even in ruin. Shattered domes, broken towers, and ribbed avenues floated in fields of crystal dust. Some fragments still glowed with inner light, as though the dead city refused to accept that it had been murdered. Savian watched them pass from the Black Star's assault bay, helm lenses narrowed, every sense tuned to the wrongness of the place. No orc stink, no tyrannid hunger, no Necron stillness. This was worse. This was deliberation. The Eldari bled the Deathwatch by absence. They left signals that were almost too clear, traps that were almost too obvious, and silence where a pursuing warrior expected sound. A false heat trace led Kill Team Gallowmark into a drifting wraithbone chapel whose walls sealed behind them, before the chamber folded inward like a closing hand. Their last Vox transmission was 3 seconds of bolter fire and the sound of armor being sliced open by monomolecular blades. A second trail led Obsidian Vow's augur servitors to a maiden world ruin, where every statue had been seeded with psycho-reactive crystal. The moment a servitor looked upon them, its skull split, and its data core began singing in a dead alien tongue. The Eldari did not spend bodies. They spent certainty. Voss understood this, and changed the shape of the hunt. Venator Pursuit doctrine spread across the theater. Fast elements drove ahead as bait, their signals deliberately imperfect, inviting ambush. Heavier anchors remained behind them, hidden in debris fields, cratered moons, and the shadowed bones of alien architecture. Gunships tracked probable webway exits. Servo skull packs drifted as false scouts. Kill Team Sepulchre became neither spear nor shield, but the closing edge of a trap that moved in layers. "Their speed is doctrine," Voss said over the squad channel as they crossed the surface of a dead maiden world beneath a green twilight sky. "Make doctrine predictable, and it becomes a corridor." Hrothgar Redmane walked with shield raised, frost-edged blade angled low. "They know we follow." "Yes." They know we know they know. Yes. The space wolf gave a low growl. I hate witches. Savian moved ahead of them, unseen even by brothers who knew he was there. The Raven Guard had left the main approach an hour before and entered the ruins through a collapsed aqueduct whose inner surface was smoother than polished bone. His armor was matte black, his stalker pattern bolter held close, his knives resting against his wrists. The alien city around him had grown rather than been built. Its towers curved like frozen music. Its bridges crossed gaps at angles that irritated his depth perception. Doorways existed where no doorway had been a heartbeat before. Shadows pooled beneath statues with helm crests and long, narrow faces, and every one of those shadows could have held a ranger with a rifle capable of threading death through an armor joint. He had hunted traitors in hive smoke, Xenos in asteroid guts, cultists in sump dark, and murder things that crawled through the sealed ducts of dead stations. Here he was slow, not in body. His body was transhuman, trained, conditioned, and sanctified by war. He was slow in prediction. Every angle lied. Every path invited him to think like a human, and every human thought was a snare. A staircase rose toward a balcony and became a wall when he glanced away. A statue's hand shifted by less than a finger's breadth, enough to reflect a sliver of light toward a waiting shooter. A breeze moved, though the world had no wind. Savian stopped. A shadow ahead was too faithful to its object. He fired once. The ranger died while still cloaked, body snapping into visibility as the bolt round punched through its chest and detonated. The Eldari struck the floor in pale armor, blood bright against wraithbone. The city answered. Shuriken fire came from everywhere. The air filled with razored discs, whispering faster than rain, slicing stone, armor, and incense seals. Savian rolled behind a curved wall as a stream of fire cut grooves through the place his helm had occupied. He marked 3 positions and transmitted them in silence. No words, just kill runes. Kadra received them and turned the squad like a closing fist. Contact. Upper left colonnade. Eastern arch. Subsurface angle beneath altar court. Overlapping fire grid. Advance by thirds. Kraken rounds answered elegance with penetration. Deathwatch bolters cracked through the alien song of shuriken fire, punching through cover, bodies, and the graceful arrogance of enemies who had thought themselves untouchable. An Eldari warrior leapt from a balcony, blade raised, motion too quick for mortal sight. Hrothgar caught him in mid-air with his shield. The impact broke the alien's spine against the black surface. Hrothgar seized the limp body by one leg and smashed it across a stone altar, shattering wraithbone and alien ribs together. Vorland's Infernus heavy bolter roared beside a living wall engraved with spirals. The flame awoke, and sacred promethium washed over architecture that seemed almost to recoil. The wraithbone blackened and split, releasing a keening psychic sound that made Kydro's teeth ache. 2 concealed warriors fell from an upper niche, burning, their armor melting into their bodies as they writhed. Vorland followed them with bolt fire until nothing remained but charred limbs and shattered helm crests. Living architecture, Malrek observed as he fired gravitic compression into a darting figure. The Eldari warrior collapsed mid-stride, bones and armor crumpling inward under sudden mass. Reactive, sensitive, vulnerable to thermal overload. Then offend it, Voss said. Barachiel moved through the center with his power sword drawn, black oath script flickering along the blade. Eldari struck at him from vanishing angles, but he did not waste motion chasing them. He waited for commitment. When they came close enough to kill, they came close enough to die. His blade removed one hand at the wrist, then the head behind it. Another alien opened his pauldron with a curved sword before he drove a plasma shot through its abdomen and left the upper body hanging from a melted spine. The ambush should have broken them. Instead, Kadro made it a slaughterhouse. He placed fire lanes through the ruins, calling each brother by role rather than name. Shock breach, forward shadow, Purge left. Relic blade hold center. Biodata mark movement. Voss anchored the right with the frag cannon, turning a cluster of charging aspect warriors into wet fragments and broken spirit stones. Sarvian cut the retreat line from above, his silenced bolter whispering murder into the skulls of rangers attempting to withdraw. The Eldari fell back only when the seer appeared. The figure stood upon a bridge of pale bone above the altar court, robes moving in a wind that did not touch anything else. A helm, like a long death mask, hid its face. Around it, bodyguards took position with blades and shimmer shields, every motion precise, contemptuous, and sorrowful in ways no human could trust. Monkey executioners, the seer said, its voice entering their vox without permission. You chase a splinter and ignore the blade buried in your species' throat. Vorlon lifted his weapon. It speaks. Let me correct that. Hold, Voss ordered. Holt's voice came from orbit, cold with suspicion. Do not indulge its theatre. The seer turned its masked face toward the unseen inquisitor, as if it could see him through the sky. Your fear wears wisdom's skin, little tyrant. The synapse crown is not a weapon to be claimed. It is a law seeking a universe to obey it. It will bind hunger, rage, logic, devotion, and despair into one perfect war. Tyrannid, orc, necron, human, all will kneel beneath command without mercy. You will call the result order because your empire has always mistaken chains for salvation. Hrothgar spat onto the alien stone. Pretty words from a thief. Khaedro kept his rifle trained on the seer's nearest bodyguard. Why take the fragment? To keep it from hands too crude to understand damnation, Holt replied before Voss could. Manipulation, delay tactic, kill the escorts, recover the fragment. Voss listened to the seer for only as long as it took to identify the bodyguard's pattern. Two near, one hidden behind a refractive field, one above, one below the bridge structure. He marked them all. Engage. The seer vanished as the bodyguards attacked. Shuriken fire scythed through the court. One disc found the seam beneath Khaedro's shoulder guard and cut deep enough to draw blood. Warning runes flashed and died. He answered with 2 Kraken rounds, the first breaking a shimmer shield, the second punching through the warrior behind it and bursting out through the spine. Still the Eldari did not fully commit. They cut, vanished, bled the edges, drew the Deathwatch through avenues designed to divide them. Voss saw the pattern and did not pursue. Holt ended it. From orbit, servo caskets dropped through the atmosphere on burning trails and struck the altar court in a circle around the Deathwatch. Their seals broke. Inside lay spirit stones recovered from dead Eldari bodies on the tomb world and the ruined craftworld debris. Pale gems, some cracked, some still glowing faintly with trapped souls. The seer reappeared at once. No! It was the first word that sounded honest. Holt's voice entered every vox in the court. Alien grief is a pressure point. Apply force. Vorlon laughed once, harsh and reverent, and opened fire. The Infernus heavy bolter shattered the first casket. Flame washed over spirit stones, several cracked with tiny screams that were not sound, but psychic agony. The Eldari attack changed instantly. Restraint died. Their warriors came from every arch, every shadow, every impossible angle, no longer content to wound and mislead. They came to avenge. The Deathwatch had made grief into bait, and the bait worked. Voss's encirclement closed. Heavy anchor teams hidden beyond the ruin line fired into the exposed flanks. Blackstar strafing bursts tore across the outer courtyards. Sarvian detonated charges placed during his infiltration, collapsing bridges and cutting off escape corridors. Khaedro's overlapping grid became a cage. The Eldari were still fast, they were still precise, but anger had made them present. Presence made them killable. At the heart of the court, Barachiel met the Exarch. The alien wore armor of dark green and white, crested and bladed, moving with ritual grace that was almost holy and therefore intolerable. Its weapon shimmered in a long arc, a blade designed by artisans who believed death could be elegant. Barakiel's power sword rose to meet it. The first exchange rang like bells struck in a tomb. They circled amid burning spirit stones and screaming stone. The Exarch saw futures in motion. Each strike anticipated the Dark Angel's answer. Each step placed the alien beyond the obvious counter. Barakiel took a cut across the thigh, another across the chest, a third opened his forearm to the bone. He did not slow. He fought like a fortress gate under siege, yielding only what would make the attacker commit. The Exarch lunged for the killing thrust. Barakiel allowed it. The alien blade drove through a weakened seam in his breastplate and lodged there, buried deep enough that blood ran black down his armor. The Exarch leaned in, expecting death to follow. Barakiel clamped one gauntlet around the alien's wrist, trapping the blade inside his own body. Then he drew his bolt pistol and fired through the Exarch's helm. The alien's head burst backward in a spray of bone, blood, and shattered spirit crystal. Barakiel ripped the blade from his chest and let the body fall. Savian reached the seer in the upper shrine. He had followed not the alien itself, but the absence it made in the battle. No heat, no footfall, no disturbed dust, no shadow where one should have been. That was how he found it, standing before a webway tear, crown fragment in hand, psychic light coiling around its fingers. The seer turned before he fired. Its mind touched his. For an instant, Savian saw himself die in 100 ways, cut open by Eldari blades, dissolved by Tyrannid acid, atomized by Gauss fire, burned by human guns, crushed beneath black stone, falling through the void, kneeling before a crown that wore his brother's voices. Every possible death unfolded at once, each one sharp enough to carve memory into flesh. He fired anyway. The round struck the seer below the throat and detonated. Robes, armor, and alien flesh burst across the shrine wall. The crown fragment fell from its hand and rang against the wraithbone floor. Savian took one step toward it, then dropped to one knee, his helm display filled with futures that were not his, Voss dying under green light, Hrothgar drowning in gaunts, Malrek smiling without a face, Caedro ordering fire into a crowd of loyal men, Barakiel standing before a door that would not open until he lied to it, Vorlan burning beneath his own faith. Dravus found him after extraction, aboard the Grief of Vigilance, still shaking without sound. The chaplain removed Savian's helm. A mark had appeared along the Raven Guard's left temple, thin and black, like a rune burned beneath the skin. "Witch scar," Dravus said. "Functional," Malrek observed from across the bay, "but unstable." Hrothgar leaned close. "Can you see us die, Shadow?" Savian's eyes moved to him. "Often." Dravus opened a reliquary and withdrew a needle flask of sanctified acid. "Then remember that prophecy is insult. Pain returns the mind to duty." He poured the acid over the mark. Savian did not scream. His jaw locked. Smoke rose from his skin. The rune burned, blistered, split, and sank into scar tissue. Dravus pressed a purity seal against the wound until the wax set in blood. "Now you are scarred, not claimed." The crown fragment gave them its secret before they reached Obsidian Vow. Malrek and Caedro stood over it in the containment field as the living metal unfolded around the stolen Eldari crystal device. Coordinates formed in pulses of green light, then resolved into imperial cartographic translation, a world on the edge of the Damocles Gulf. Not a tomb world, not a dead moon, not a hive spire already rotted by cult infection. A laboratory world. Tau. The next transmission came from a captured probe, its image fractured but clear enough. White and ochre structures beneath clean skies. Earth-cast laboratories arranged around a sealed containment ring. Tau drones drifting in sterile formation. Battlesuits standing guard. At the center, suspended in a field of blue light, rested another crown node, larger than any fragment they had recovered. The Tau had found it first. They were studying it. Holt's verdict came before the image finished resolving. No negotiation, no quarantine, no warning. Voss looked at the image of the laboratory world and the orderly alien machines surrounding the device that wanted to make all war obey one will. The objective? Holt's augmetic eye reflected the green pulse of the crown. The world is to be erased. The Tau world did not look like a place that deserved death. That was its first offense. From high orbit, it turned beneath a clean blue veil, its continents carved by pale cities, irrigated plains, and geometric rings of laboratory districts arranged with such calm precision that the eye almost mistook them for beauty. No hive stacks vomited smoke into the heavens. No cathedral guns rose from plague-colored smog. No continents were buried beneath corpse industry. The orbital stations were white, sleek, and infuriatingly whole. Their defense platforms rotated in disciplined silence, drones moving through patrol routes with insect patience. Even the planetary broadcasts were clean. They entered the Deathwatch Vox as soft voices speaking in Gothic that had been translated too carefully. Unity, reason, mutual survival, the greater good. Kedro Tal stood in the command chapel of the Grief of Vigilance and listened to the alien lies, while the Corvus Blackstar drifted among the debris of a shattered asteroid. The gunship had killed its engines and masked its heat behind a spreading cloud of decoy wreckage seeded by Obsidian Vow's kill ships. The half-living pilot fused into the cockpit throne, breathed through tubes, and whispered in machine cant as he aligned their fall toward the Tau laboratory world below. The alien transmission continued. We understand that your kind fears what it does not master. We offer parley. We have identified a threat beyond individual empire, creed, or species. The device recovered within our research perimeter demonstrates command interaction across divergent biological and mechanical war systems. Its continued instability endangers all regional powers. We propose containment cooperation. Hrothgar Redmane gave a low growl from the assault bay. It speaks like a tutor, with a blade behind its back. Worse, Vorlan said. His Infernus heavy bolter rested across his knees, its promethium lines newly anointed. It speaks as if peace were not a disease. Malrek stood before the crown projection, one arm still absent from the Necron tomb war, the stump sealed in black iron. Replacement augmetics waited aboard Obsidian Vow, but he had refused installation until after the present kill. His remaining mechadendrites twitched in response to the Tau signal. Their analysis is not incompetent, he said. Vorlan turned his helm. Praise the alien again, and I will carve the weakness out of your Vox grill. Observation is not praise. To observe without hatred is the first step toward treason. Kedro did not look away from the tactical map. Enough. Tau defense grid, Savian answered from the shadows near the ramp. Layered, drones in high atmosphere, marker light relays on orbital pylons, battlesuit reserves held near the primary research ring, ground-to-orbit rail platforms distributed across the outer planes. Clean geometry, predictable because it trusts itself. Voss stood at the center of the bay, black armor motionless, silver arm catching the red lumen glow. Then we use Aquila, Kedro acknowledged with a nod. Aquila tactics, flexible doctrine for an uncertain enemy, neither horde nor elite, neither beast nor machine alone. The crown had touched Tau systems. No one knew how deeply. No single Xenos kill pattern would suffice. They would adapt in motion or die beneath clean alien efficiency. The next transmission was not a broadcast. It came from a prisoner. The Tau envoy had been captured by an Ordo Xenos cutter near the system edge. He was brought to the Black Star by teleport flare, wrists bound, flanked by stormtroopers in void black carapace. His armor was pale ochre and ceremonial rather than martial. His face was narrow, blue-gray, eyes wide but not pleading. He looked at the Deathwatch and did not tremble enough. That offended Caedro more than fear would have. Inquisitor Lord Severax Holt appeared behind the envoy, coat dark, rosette heavy against his chest, augmetic eye reflecting the alien's skull. The envoy spoke before Holt could. "We have no need to remain enemies in this hour. Your warriors have seen what the crown can do. We have seen it also. It is not Tau. It is not human. It is not of any one empire. We can combine research, quarantine the device, and prevent—" Holt drew a compact bolt pistol and shot the envoy through the head. The round detonated inside the skull and blew blue-black blood, bone, and brain matter across the deck plates. The body folded without dignity. One eye remained intact long enough to stare at nothing before a stormtrooper kicked the corpse aside. No one objected. Not Voss, not Caedro, not even Hrothgar. Holt holstered the pistol. Alien reason is a subtler venom than alien hunger. Claws inspire resistance. Argument invites infection. Vorlan bowed his head. A clean correction. Hrothgar looked at the corpse and grunted. It was mid-sentence. "So are many threats," Holt said. The Black Star began its fall. From high atmosphere, it descended as debris. The pilot cut active emissions and let the gunship tumble within a cloud of dead metal, false hull plates, frozen chemical mass, and signal ghosts launched from an inquisitorial drone barge. Tau sensors saw wreckage from a brief orbital skirmish. They saw nothing with a machine soul, nothing hungry, nothing black-armored and waiting to open. Clouds swallowed them, then clear air, then the clean lines of the laboratory continent rushed upward. The Tau had built their research city in rings, outer habitation domes, inner defense walls, transit arteries, drone towers, earth-cast laboratories laid out like a circuit diagram around a central containment structure where the crown node rested in a field of blue light. Around it, generator pylons pulsed with disciplined energy. Drones drifted in swarms. Battlesuits stood in recessed bays. Fire warriors moved in precise patrol patterns along white platforms washed by dawn. No skulls, no smoke, no chains, no devotional filth. A world smiling at its own innocence while holding a weapon that could enslave thought across species. The grief of vigilance struck the upper atmosphere like a falling sin. At the last possible moment, its engines woke. The pilot leveled the craft between two sensor towers, while decoy wreckage burned past in streaks of false death. The ramp dropped before touchdown. Savian and Barakiel exited first. They did not land where the Tau expected assault. They fell through maintenance airspace between sensor vanes, black shapes against white structures. Savian's silent stalker bolter whispered 3 times. 3 drones died without alarm, their processor cores punctured, their bodies spinning down into the clean architecture below. Barakiel landed on a communications gantry, power sword still sheathed, plasma pistol in hand. A drone turned toward him, optic lens brightening. He shot it once. The plasma bolt erased the machine in a white flash and left molten fragments sliding down the wall. Malrek deployed the clavis. The device unfolded from his remaining gauntlet like a brass spider, all needles, hooks, and sacred contempt. He pressed it into the base of a sensor tower. Its machine spirit screamed Binharic hatred into alien circuitry. Tau systems tried to reject it with elegant protocols, adaptive firewalls, and calm mathematical denial. The clavis did not debate. It bit. It dragged imperial malice into the tower's logic veins and flooded them with false returns, duplicated heat ghosts, phantom landings, and corrupted marker-light handshakes. The sensor net blinked. That blink was enough. The Black Star came in low across the laboratory ring, wing guns silent until the last second. Then its weapons opened, not against the densest infantry, but against command nodes. A drone relay burst. A tower collapsed. A battlesuit hangar door melted under Lascanon fire before the battlesuits within had fully awakened. Kill Team Sepulchre hit the ground running. Tau fire warriors reacted with disciplined speed. They did not panic. They did not roar. They fell back in layered formations, pulse rifles rising, marker lights stabbing red lines through the air. Their armor was clean, their movements trained, their fear controlled beneath doctrine and caste duty. Drones slid between them and the Deathwatch, projecting shield fields or sacrificing themselves to intercept bolt rounds. From higher platforms, crisis battlesuits launched on jets of blue flame, weapons pods aligning with cold precision. The Tau did not fight like beasts. They fought like soldiers. That made them more intolerable. Kadro marked the first commander by the way nearby drones turned with him. Command node, upper left platform. His stalker rifle spoke. A Kraken round punched through a shield drone, crossed the meter behind it, struck the Tau officer through the chest, and burst out in a spray of armor shards and organ mist. The formation around him hesitated. Voss exploited the pause. Fire warriors are not priority. Drone relays, command elements, battlesuit reactors. The Deathwatch shifted. Hrothgar advanced under a storm of pulse fire, shield raised, blue-white shots hammering against black ceramite until the shield face glowed. A battlesuit dropped before him, fusion blaster charging. He slammed into it before it could fire, smashing the suit backward into a wall. His frost-edged blade bit through a joint behind the knee. He ripped the limb free and drove the blade into the pilot compartment until the screams inside became wet static. Vorlon turned a transit corridor into a furnace. Earth-caste workers fled through it, blue-grey figures in utility robes, some carrying data slates, some carrying tools, some dragging auxiliary creatures whose species Kadro did not recognize. They were unarmed. Behind them, fire warriors were falling back toward the inner ring. Vorlan saw no difference. He opened the Infernus heavy bolter. Promethium filled the corridor from wall to wall. Workers burned where they ran. Their robes ignited. Skin blackened and split. Auxiliary bodies convulsed and collapsed. Some with too many limbs. Some with bird-like skulls. Some with hooves cracking under heat. Heavy bolts detonated among them, scattering burning torsos and severed arms across the polished floor. Kydro's voice snapped across the Vox. Vorlan, your flames obscure the firing lane. Then move your lane. Reduce burn saturation by 1/3. I need visibility on the battlesuit egress. Vorlan obeyed. Only then did Kadro realize what he had not said. He had not said stop killing civilians. The thought passed through him like a cold blade and found no place to stay. The inner laboratories opened ahead, and the Crown began to speak. At first, it was only interference. Drone movement changed by degrees. Shield drones no longer sacrificed themselves according to Tau command priority, but began clustering in patterns that resembled Necron scarab swarms. Battlesuits redirected fire with a precision too cold even for Tau combat logic. A damaged Tau command console emitted a guttural burst of orc glyph noise, not through sound, but through targeting impulse. In a sealed biovault, Tyrannid synapse residue, harvested by the Earth caste, began pulsing in time with drone command lights. Malrek stopped in the doorway of the central containment chamber. The Crown node hovered above an alien altar of Tau design, held within blue containment fields and surrounded by Earth caste machines. It was larger than the fragment from the tomb world, not complete, but awake enough to impose will. Living metal curved around a core of chitinous synaptic tissue. Necron geometry shifted through Tau energy fields. Orc aggression patterns flashed in crude runic pulses along one side. Tyrannid nerve matter braided itself around command spines. Genestealer genetic residue bloomed and died across its surface like mold-learning scripture. It translates war, Malrek said. Kadro entered behind him, rifle raised. Explain. Instinct into command. Rage into targeting. Hunger into logistics. Machine recursion into biological aggression. It does not control one species. It makes incompatible war forms comprehensible to each other. The chamber lights dimmed. Malrek's augmetic systems answered without his permission. For the first time since his making, he heard something that sounded like perfection. No waste, no fear, no flesh hesitation, no inefficient pity, no morale collapse, no friction between rage, instinct, doctrine, and logic. The crown offered him war without weakness, command without confusion, bodies without self, machines without rebellion, flesh without complaint. It showed him the failure of mankind as a solvable error. It showed him the flesh of his brothers reduced to obedient vectors. It showed him his own missing arm restored in living metal, not as replacement, but as correction. It showed a battlefield where every death occurred in the correct order. Malrek took one step forward. His remaining hand reached for the containment field. "Brother," Kadro said. Malrek did not hear him. The crown pulsed. His mechadendrites lifted like snakes greeting a master. Then Dravus hit him. The chaplain seized Malrek by the back of the helm and smashed his faceplate into the edge of the Tau altar hard enough to crack the ceramite. Once. Twice. A third impact drove Malrek to one knee. Dravus leaned close, skull helm inches from the iron hand's damaged lenses. "The long vigil receives the blade," Dravus growled. "The blade receives the oath. The oath receives hatred. Hatred receives no master, but the Emperor." Malrek's vox emitted a burst of static. Dravus struck him again. "Say it." Malrek's hand stopped reaching. "Hatred receives no master, but the Emperor," he said. Dravus released him. Outside, the Tau counterattack hit the laboratory ring. Battlesuits descended in coordinated waves. Fire warriors formed kill corridors. Markalites painted Hrothgar, Voss, and Vorlon in red lines that promised railgun death. Drones dove into bolter trajectories to save commanders. Kadro called targets with mechanical calm, focusing on reactors and command uplinks. A crisis suit took a Kraken round through its jet assembly and cartwheeled into a platform, exploding into blue fire. Another was pinned by Malrek's gravitic weapon, crushed against the floor, and finished by Barakiel's plasma pistol through the cockpit. Holt's voice came over the command channel, as if speaking of weather. "Cyclonic charges have been authorized for lower mantle insertion if crown extraction fails." Kadro paused only long enough to understand. The laboratory world held millions, perhaps billions across its broader settlements, worker enclaves, defense stations, and orbital habitats. Clean cities, Tau workers, auxiliaries, children, if their species counted such things in forms the Imperium would recognize. None of it weighed enough. Voss answered, "Acknowledged." No debate, no prayer, no anger. A world was cheap beside a galactic command weapon. The Deathwatch planted charges around the containment ring, while the Crown fought them through every system it could touch. Tau drones began flying like gargoyles. Scarab fragments from the Necron node crawled from the artifact and tried to rebuild destroyed machines. Tyrannid synapse tissue pulsed, and lab-grown organisms inside sealed tanks smashed themselves against the glass. Somewhere below, Orc mercenary containment pens erupted in violence as greenskins began roaring in patterns that matched the Crown's rhythm. The artifact was not escaping. It was summoning. Sarvian saw it first through the witch scar burned into his temple. Futures split behind his eyes, not prophecy, ambush, many deaths wearing one crown. He saw orc fleets turning in the void, their war bosses suddenly certain of a fight worth having. He saw Tyrannid splinter fleets alter course, hunger redirected by signal. He saw Necron tombs pulse awake beneath dead suns. He saw Genestealer cults rising early across worlds not yet ripe. He saw Drukhari raiders tasting the suffering to come and laughing behind mirrored helms. He voxed one word. Broadcast. Malrek looked at the Crown and understood. It has activated a sector-wide summons. Voss lifted the recovered data core from the Tau altar. "Then we leave." Vorlon fired one last sweep of flame into the laboratory workers trying to drag wounded fire warriors from the burning chamber. Their screams followed sepulchre through smoke and collapsing glass. The grief of vigilance tore free of the atmosphere as the first orbital detonations began below. The laboratory ring vanished under white fire. Tau defense platforms turned on false targets. Cities flickered beneath the clouds like candles waiting for a storm. In the troop bay, the Crown data pulsed within its containment shrine. Across the sector, the void answered. Orc fleets turned. Tyrannid splinters altered course. Necron tombs woke beneath silent stone. Cult cells erupted in premature devotion. And in the spaces between suffering and shadow, raiders from the dark city began to gather, drawn by the promise of a war large enough to make whole worlds scream. The final war had heard its name. The war did not have a front line. It had wounds. They opened across the subsector in every direction at once, bleeding men, fire, steel, and alien hunger into the void. Hive worlds burned beneath falling orc rocks and tyrannid spores. Forge moons rang with the death cries of Skitari cohorts as Necron pylons rose through manufactorum floors that had been consecrated for 10,000 years. Orbital docks became abattoirs, their pressurized corridors slick with blood and coolant, while Drukhari portals opened among refugee columns and took men screaming into the dark between heartbeats. Agri-worlds, once green by the mercy of machine-governed weather, became fields of blackened crop ash beneath Tau firing lines and Imperial artillery. Dead tomb worlds awoke beneath forgotten survey shrines. Void routes became kill zones where Navy battle groups dueled with bioships, looted orc hulks, alien raiders, and cold geometric vessels that had no right to move among the stars again. Billions were trapped. Billions fought. Billions died without ever knowing why. The Imperium answered as it always answered, with mass, faith, iron, and the willingness to spend human life as coin. Astra Militarum armies deployed in numbers so vast, their landings changed weather patterns. Whole continents vanished beneath the tracks of armored divisions. Penal battalions were hurled into breach zones, with explosive collars and rusting lasguns, dying in heaps so the regiments behind them could walk on firmer ground. Navy battle groups formed walls of lance fire in the void. Mechanicus cohorts marched beneath red banners, Binharic hymns shrieking from brass throats as Kataphron battle servitors rolled over the dead. Night households strode through burning fields, their war horns shaking ash from the sky. Astartes strike forces came in thunderhawks and drop pods, bright with chapter colors, fighting glorious wars that would be entered into honor rolls if anyone survived to write them. The Deathwatch did not fight glorious wars. They aimed for the throat. Kill Team Sepulchre stood within the strategium of the Obsidian Vow, while the subsector burned across the hololithic table beneath them. Red runes marked Imperial forces, black marked worlds already condemned. Green flares showed Necron awakenings. Purple marked Genestealer cult uprisings. Yellow and ochre marked Tau enclaves and allied firing zones. Jagged glyphs marked orc concentrations. Bioform clusters pulsed in livid crimson wherever the Tyrannid splinters fed. The map did not resemble a campaign. It resembled a corpse infested by competing parasites. Watch Captain Voss moved his gauntlet through the projection. "The Guard holds ground," he said. "The Navy contests the void. The Mechanicus preserves assets. The Knights break massed armor. We do not do those things." Kadrotal watched target chains unfold across the projection. "We remove the will behind the pressure. Correct. Synapse beasts, war bosses, cryptex, ethereals, broodlords, artifact nodes, command lattices, cut enough nerves, and a war of billions becomes disordered meat." Hrothgar Redmane gave a low rumble. "You make it sound clean." "It is not clean," Voss said. "It is precise." Inquisitor Lord Holt stood above them on the command dais, his coat black against the cold lumen glow. "Precision is the mercy the Imperium can afford. All other mercy has been requisitioned by the dead." No one laughed. The strike order deployed Sepulchre at the head of 3 auxiliary kill teams. Mortis came first, heavy Terminator veterans in black plate and silver arms, each one a walking siege crypt armed with cyclone launchers, chain fists, assault cannons, and contempt for passageways too narrow to honor their size. Ashwake followed, jump assault specialists whose packs had been blackened by 100 atmospheric insertions, their thunderhammers and lightning claws chained in place for descent into impossible battles. Gallowmark came last, stealth eliminators, knife bearers, stalker bolter killers, and void ghosts who moved through war zones like the shadow of a blade before the cut. No 2 kill teams were alike. That was the lesson of the long vigil written in armor, oath, and ammunition. A standard squad was a statement of tradition. A kill team was a sentence passed upon a specific enemy. Their first sentence fell upon an Orc flagship. It was not a ship in any rightful sense. It was 3 looted Imperial cruisers, welded together around a core of engines, scrap shrines, gun decks, and mad belief. Its prows pointed in different directions. Its dorsal spine was covered in guns stolen from vessels whose crews had died hearing Orc laughter over the Vox. Its hull crawled with greenskins, mech gantries, dangling chains, flame stacks, and glyphs large enough to be seen from attack craft range. It came through the void toward hive-world Bellerophon Secundus with 1,000 smaller craft around it, driving rocks ahead like thrown mountains. The Deathwatch boarded through its belly. Teleport flare vomited black armor into a hangar deck, where Orc fighter craft hung from chains and mobs of boys bellowed beneath crude banners. Furor pattern fire began before the teleport light faded. Frag cannons thundered. Metal storm rounds burst across packed mobs. Bolters did not merely kill. They built walls of dead flesh. Orcs in the front ranks exploded, their bodies torn open, skulls bursting, arms spinning away, guts spraying across deck plates. Those behind tripped over them, climbed them, died atop them, and made the barricade higher. The Deathwatch advanced through their own manufactured wall of corpses, firing into gaps, forcing the horde to become obstruction. Vorland's Infernus heavy bolter made a furnace of the central gantry. Burning Orcs kept charging until their legs failed. Malrek crushed a mech workshop with gravitic force, folding machinery, Gretchen, and bellowing engineers into a compact ball of sparks and ruptured organs. Gallowmark appeared in upper galleries, killing ammo runts, signal mobs, and glyph chanters before they understood death had entered from above. The war boss came from the command deck in mega armor painted red, black, and stolen gold. It was huge even for its kind, its tusks capped in iron, its right arm replaced by a hydraulic claw made from a knight's knee joint. It smashed aside its own warriors to reach Hrothgar, laughing through a mouthful of steel. The first blow took half the Space Wolf's faceplate away. Warning runes flooded Hrothgar's display. One lens died. Blood filled the inside of his helm and ran down his cheek. The claw struck again, closing on his storm shield and crushing the outer layers inward. Hrothgar slammed his frost-edged blade into the warboss's side, but the armor was thick, loud, and hateful with crude power. The Orc drove him backward through a pile of dead boys, roaring in triumph. Hrothgar answered by head-butting it with the broken side of his helm. The warboss laughed harder, so Hrothgar drove a grenade into its throat, not into the mouth. The beast's jaws were too full of tusk and rage. He punched his gauntlet beneath the chin, through the soft meat behind the iron jaw, and forced the grenade deep into the pulsing throat. The Orc's laughter became a wet choke. Hrothgar held the creature there, faceplate shattered, eye blazing through blood. Swallow, beast. He released the pin. The warboss's head burst from within, skull, teeth, brain, and black blood spraying across the command deck. Its body stood for 3 heartbeats, then crashed backward into the throne of welded engines. Across the flagship, Orc order dissolved into violence without direction. The Navy killed the Hulk 2 hours later, But Sepulchre had already ended its war. There was no rest between throats. The next strike fell into a Necron tomb spire, rising through the heart of Forge Moon Calyx Mordant. Before awakening, the structure had been buried beneath blessed industry. Now it pierced the manufactorum crust like a black needle. Goss. Fire-stripping Titan support columns, Skitarii cohorts, and whole blocks of forged serfs, molecule by molecule. Green lightning crawled from its summit into orbit, disrupting void shields and opening corridors for other dead machines. Malrek and Barakiel went in beneath the surface with Gallomark as escort. The interior was a maze of black stone, living metal, and killing light. Gauss beams passed through corridors with no warning. Entire squads vanished in green fire, ceramite and flesh peeling away in glittering layers. One Gallomark veteran lost his legs and crawled onward with his hands, dragging a teleport Homer in his teeth until a second beam took his torso apart from the waist upward. Barakiel cut down Lichguard in silence, blade locked against war scythes, wounds opening across his black armor. Malrek, still one-armed, carried Dragonheart charges and placed them with the reverence of a priest laying bones into a reliquary. "Teleport beacon set," he voxed. "Confirmed," Voss answered from orbit. "Mortis inbound." The Terminators arrived inside the tomb spire in a storm of lightning. Their assault cannons opened at once. Chain fists bit into living metal columns. Heavy flamers washed over scarab swarms. Barakiel drove his blade through the torso of a Cryptek, while Malrek triggered the first charge. Dragonheart fire was not clean flame. It was hateful, dense, and sanctified to burn through matter that believed itself immortal. The charges detonated along the pylon's inner geometry. Teleport homers drew Mortis deeper, and the Terminators planted the final devices inside the command spine before extraction became impossible. The pylon collapsed into green lightning. Friend and foe vanished together. Necron constructs, servitors, Skitarii, and one Terminator brother who remained too long with his chain fist locked in the heart of the structure, became light, ash, and silence. The Forge Moon's void shields flickered back to life over a crater full of molten black stone. The Mechanicus logged the loss as grievous. Holt logged it as acceptable. The third throat was living. On the ash plains of Varnak Tertius, a Norn-like synaptic node had grown from a mountain of tyrannid biomass, a swollen tower of brain flesh, chitin plates, sensory fronds, and psychic organs that coordinated 3 splinter swarms across the continent. The Astra Militarum had thrown armies at it for 9 days. The ground around it was made of dead men. Tanks lay half dissolved in acid. Baneblade hulls were covered in feeder organisms. A knight stood frozen in a lake of hardened bio-resin, its pilot still alive and screaming through a vox no one could reach. Kadro led the strike. Not Voss. Not this time. He descended with Sepulchre, Ashwake, and a Deathwatch dreadnought named Brother Valerius, whose sarcophagus contained a warrior too ruined to walk and too angry to die. Valerius struck the ground first, his black chassis covered in oath script, assault cannon already spinning. The gaunt swarm came like an ocean with claws. Hellfire rounds liquefied chitin. Frag cannons opened tunnels through packed bodies, each shot carving wet corridors through the horde. Ashwake fell from above with jump packs roaring, thunder hammers striking warrior organisms and turning their skulls into mist. Caedro moved through the killing lanes with cold precision, marking synapse relays, ordering fire, redirecting brothers before the swarm could close around them. Brother Valerius walked into the densest mass and became a fortress. Tyrannids climbed him. He burned them from his hull with heavy flamer bursts. Warriors hammered his sarcophagus plate. Rippers poured into the joints of his legs. A Carnifex struck him and drove him to one knee. He killed it by crushing its skull in his power fist, then kept firing as gaunts buried him beneath twitching bodies. "Valerius, withdraw," Kadro ordered. The dreadnought's voice was a furnace full of gravel. "Denied." His sarcophagus reactor began to overload. The swarm dragged him down. Caedro understood and ordered all brothers clear. Valerius detonated beneath the Tyrannid mass. The blast incinerated the valley floor. Organisms vanished by the tens of thousands, their bodies becoming ash silhouettes in a sphere of white heat. The shockwave exposed the synaptic node's lower brainstem. Caedro fired every hellfire round he had left into the exposed tissue. Voss followed with the frag cannon. Malrek added gravitic collapse. The node screamed across the psychic spectrum as its brain matter dissolved, burned, and folded inward. 3 Tyrannid swarms went feral within the hour. The guard called it a miracle. Then the Deathwatch ordered the valley bombarded to deny biomass recovery, killing the wounded Imperial survivors trapped among the alien dead. That was when the name began to spread. Black Omens. Where the Deathwatch came, victory followed. So did sealed cities, burned refugee camps, mass executions, erased records, orbital bombardments, and quarantine zones, where Imperial soldiers were shot for crossing painted lines. Guard commanders learned to fear the black armor almost as much as the alien. Men cheered when Sepulchre arrived and prayed they would leave before deciding the survivors were contaminated. The command vox over Hive Ardent became the moment Caedro knew the name would never die. The Hive had held for 6 weeks against Genestealer uprising, Tau infiltration cadres, and a Tyrannid vanguard organism hidden beneath its sump levels. Loyalist banners still flew over the upper spires. Millions of Imperial citizens remained alive inside. A crown artifact node pulsed beneath the central transit spine. Voss marked the Hive for orbital fire. The Guard General on the Vox was old, furious, and weeping without shame. "There are still loyal men in that Hive." Voss answered, "Then they will die loyal." "You cannot do this." Holt's voice followed, dry as dust. "Record the Hive as saved from alien possession." Dravus added the final benediction from the Reclusium channel. "Ash is a form of purity." The fleet fired. Hive Ardent disappeared beneath descending light. The war did not end. It changed shape. Each throat they cut revealed a larger body. Each command node destroyed sent data screaming into the void. Each dead synapse beast, warboss, cryptek, ethereal, and broodlord became another point in the Crown's hidden constellation. Malrek assembled the pattern aboard Obsidian Vow with the obsessiveness of a machine seeking its own missing part. Sarvian watched futures gather around the same absence. Barakiel recognized roots that should not touch. Caedro saw the strategic impossibility become inevitable. The final body revealed itself beyond the sector capital's outer defense zone. It emerged from the dark between void roots, not translated by warp drive, not carried by engine wake, but drifting as though pulled by every war it had summoned. A space hulk. No, more than a space hulk. It was moon-sized, a fused abomination of dead ships, orc rocks, Tyrannid biomass, Necron architecture, Tau station modules, Imperial wreckage, and alien structures no archive could name. Bioships were grown through cruiser hulls like organs through rib cages. Necron pylons jutted from orc scrap towers. Tau sensor arrays pulsed beside Genestealer brood chambers. Drukhari hooks and chains hung from shattered docking spines. The whole thing beat with a slow, impossible rhythm, alive and mechanical, dead and hungry, ancient and newborn. The Crown had made itself a body. Its heading was clear. Sector capital, population in the tens of billions. Voss stood before the hololith as every kill team rune converged upon the drifting monstrosity. Holt's augmetic eye reflected the thing in miniature. "No more throats," the Inquisitor said. Caedro watched the moon-sized war organism machine move through the void, dragging the final war behind it like a cloak of knives. Voss loaded a fresh magazine into his bolter. "Then we go for the heart." The crown of all hungers filled the oculus like a moon that had learned hatred. It drifted toward the sector capital without engine flare, without gravitational obedience, without any of the rightful signs by which Voidcraft declared themselves to augur and machine spirit. It moved because the war it had summoned pulled it onward. Around it, the void burned. Navy battle groups hurled lance fire into its hide. Kill ships of the Deathwatch held in reserve beyond the main battle line, their cyclonic payloads sealed behind oaths that would damn entire worlds if command gave the word. Imperial cruisers died around them, cracked open by bioplasma, rammed by orc hulks, pierced by necron beams, and boarded by things that had once been men before the crown taught their bones a new loyalty. The hulk itself was impossible. Rusted Imperial steel formed its outer scars. Old cruisers and pilgrim ships fused together by pressure, time, and warp sickness. Orc rocks had been driven into its flanks like tumors of scrap and flame. Tyrannid biomass pulsed between broken hulls, veined and wet, breathing vapor into the void through torn decks. Necron architecture rose from its spine in black pylons and green fire, too clean, too ancient, too arrogant to belong amid the filth. Tau station modules clung to one hemisphere, white and ochre and sterile, even where alien flesh had grown across them. Drukhari hooks trailed from docking spurs, Genestila cathedrals jutted from cargo holds. Asteroids, wreckage, orbital shrines, dead stations, and nameless alien relics had all been swallowed into the mass. A space hulk was always a nightmare of fused wrecks, stations, asteroids, and debris, torn through the warp and spat into reality larger than cities, sometimes larger than moons. This one was worse because it was not merely adrift. It was arranged. It had organs where there should have been corridors. It had corridors where there should have been bone. It had purpose in every diseased seam. Voss watched it through the assault bay's forward feed as boarding torpedoes burned past the grief of vigilance. Hundreds of them. Black cylinders crowned with drill heads and melter teeth, each carrying Deathwatch warriors, servo skull cartographers, breach servitors, demolition priests, and ammunition enough to murder a city. Teleport strikes flashed across the hulk's surface in bursts of blue-white lightning. Terminator spearheads materialized inside void-torn hangars. Corvus Blackstars plunged through fields of spore mines and wreckage, their guns tearing open docking wounds for follow-on teams. Servo skulls flew ahead into the dark, mapping with tiny red eyes until something ate them, shot them, or taught them to scream in machine code. Kill Team Sepulchre stood ready at the ramp. Kedro Tal felt the old part of his mind searching for pattern. Assault doctrine, boarding corridors, reserve routes, extraction contingencies, kill zones, lines of advance, fallback chambers. The Codex had answers for void war, for boarding actions, for Xenos structures, for attritional assault and rapid strike. It had no answer for this. The hulk's internal map shifted every time the augers refreshed. Corridors opened and closed. Heat blooms moved like thought. Gravity contradicted itself in pockets. Imperial compartments led into Tyrannid digestion chambers. Necron tomb avenues intersected with Orc engine shrines. Tau laboratories appeared sealed, sterile, and functional inside decks that had no power source. The enemy was not one army. It was all of them, translated into a single will. Kedro tightened his grip on his Stalker bolt rifle and understood that prediction would be a liability. Hrothgar Redmane stood beside him, shield locked to his arm. His repaired faceplate bore a raw line where the Orc war boss had nearly killed him. He stared at picked captures from the hulk's outer hull, where human bodies had been grown into Tyrannid membrane, their faces still visible beneath translucent flesh. Some wore Imperial uniforms, some wore civilian rags, some had been children once, all had cables of living tissue threaded through their mouths and eyes. The Space Wolf's breathing came heavy over the Vox. "They are still in there," he said. "Some neural activity remains," Malrek replied. Hrothgar turned toward him, That was not comfort I asked for. Comfort is not an operational category. Malrek stood with a newly mounted augmetic arm, black iron and silver inlays, the fingers too precise to resemble mercy. The crown's logic had touched him once, and some part of him had hated the loss of it. He would not admit that in words. He had spent the journey reciting rejection cants through clenched teeth, while Dravus watched him as one watches a loaded weapon. Savian crouched near the ramp, one hand pressed briefly against the acid scar on his temple. The witch wound had darkened. It showed him paths. None were clean. In every possible route, he saw death, sometimes his own, sometimes Voss, sometimes all of them kneeling before a crown made from their brothers' skulls. For the first time since Kadro had met him, the Raven Guard's stillness looked less like patience and more like restraint. Barakiel stood alone, blade lowered. The Dark Angel had brought secrets into the Watch, hidden archives, forbidden recognitions, knowledge with ranks. Now the Hulk made mockery of secrets. It knew Deathwatch codes. It knew their names. It knew roots, held only in sealed mines and dead vaults. Secrets no longer protected. They attracted. Vorlon whispered prayer over his Infernus heavy bolter, every word a chain wrapped around rage. His hatred had always been simple, and therefore strong. The alien existed. The alien must burn. But the Crown had learned to hear hatred as signal. It had used Orc rage, Tyrannid hunger, Necron command, Tau logic, cult devotion. It would use zeal too, if zeal came without discipline. Dravus moved down the line. Skullhelm turned toward each warrior. "The Crown will speak," the chaplain said. "It will use the mouths of dead things. It will use truth where lies fail. It will use your strength and name it weakness. Deny it." The ramp opened. The grief of vigilance punched through a breach made by 3 boarding torpedoes and a dying strike cruiser's final broadside. The team dropped into the Hulk's skin amid burning vapor and drifting bodies. Gravity seized them sideways. Mag boots slammed to a wall that became a floor as the Hulk's internal field lurched. They entered through rusted Imperial steel. The first corridor had once belonged to a Navy vessel. Its walls bore faded aquilus, old battle honors, and the dried handprints of crewmen who had died centuries before. Emergency lumens flickered red along the ceiling. Then the corridor opened without warning into a Tyrannid digestion chamber. Heat struck them, wet heat. The floor became meat beneath their boots, slick and breathing. Pools of acid bubbled among ribbed growths. Human bones floated in the fluid, stripped clean, softened, dissolving. Orcs charged through the pools from the far side, roaring in glee as acid ate their boots, legs, and lower bodies. They did not care. Their flesh smoked, their mouths laughed. Behind them, Necron scarabs crawled across broken gantries, rebuilding pathways from scrap and bone, while ignoring the screaming greenskins that trampled them. "Metal storm," Voss ordered. Bolters roared. Explosive rounds burst across the Orc mob, turning the first ranks into meat barricades. The Orcs behind crashed through them, slipping on acid and gore. Hrothgar met them shield first, smashing one into a scarab nest hard enough to break both. Vorlan fired flame across the acid pools, and the chamber became a furnace. Burning Orcs fell laughing. Tyrannid feeder organisms surfaced beneath them and dragged them down. Tau drones emerged from a sterile side passage, their white hulls stained with blood. Marker lights painted black armor. Enslaved battlesuits followed, pilots either dead or irrelevant inside their cockpits. Their movements no longer Tau, no longer clean, but jerking in rhythms that matched Necron glyph pulses along the walls. "Reactors," Kydro called. Kraken rounds punched through battlesuit housings. Malrek fired gravitic beams into drone clusters, crushing them into compact knots of alloy and sparks. Barakiel cut down a Genestealer hybrid that burst from a vent above him, its claws scraping across his helm before his power sword took it from groin to skull. Savian vanished into the gantries, and began killing marker drones by touch, blade tips through processor cores, each death silent beneath the chamber's roar. The crown spoke for the first time through an orc whose lower body had dissolved in acid. The greenskin dragged itself across the floor on its hands, entrails smoking behind it. Its mouth opened, and the voice that emerged was not orc. "All bodies are weapons." Voss shot it through the head. The next voice came from a Tau speaker fixed to the wall. Calm, reasonable, dead. All instincts are inefficient until ordered. A Necron glyph line flared above a door, translating itself into High Gothic across their helms. You resist unity because you worship decay. Then a human corpse hanging from tyrannid tendons turned its head. Its eyes had been replaced with green light. "You taught me hatred," it said. "You fed me worlds. You burned the doubtful, the infected, the weak, the afraid. You named it purity. I name it instruction." Kadro fired before anyone else could. The corpse burst apart, organs and cables slapping against the walls. They advanced through layered war. Orc engine shrines hammered. Inside, Imperial cargo decks, their pistons driven by human torsos bolted into crude mechanisms. Necron avenues cut through the hulk in black stone, their floors so polished they reflected the Deathwatch as ghosts. Tau laboratories remained sterile behind glass, while inside them, earth-cast corpses worked at consoles with scarabs crawling through their skulls. Genestealer hybrids attacked from ducts, maintenance shafts, ceiling vents, prayer niches, and corpses that had seemed empty until they opened. The Deathwatch adapted every minute. Metal Storm for hordes, Kraken for armored beasts, Hellfire for chitin, Derevenant for reanimating dead, gravitic beams for constructs, flame for infestation, Xenophase blades for command nodes that flickered halfway out of reality, frag cannons when the corridor became a mouthful of bodies and needed to become silence. They lost brothers in pieces. Mortis Terminators held a junction against Necron Lichguard until war scythes cut through plate and flesh. Ashwake jump troops died in a vertical shaft, torn apart by gargoyles and shuriken fire from alien figures that vanished before return shots landed. Gallowmark ghosts disappeared one by one, their locator runes fading in places no map admitted existed. Vorlan fell in the chapel. It had been made from Imperial hull plating and alien bone. Aquilus had been bent into hooks. Pew rows were formed from rib cages, human and Xenos alike. At the altar, a crown node pulsed inside a skull mass, feeding upon recorded prayers from a dead pilgrim ship. Vorlan saw it and surged ahead, before Voss could order restraint. "Burn!" he roared. "Burn beneath the Emperor's gaze!" The Infernus heavy bolter became the heart of the chamber. He killed dozens in the first breath, then hundreds. Hybrids burst in bolt detonations. Orcs burned in heaps. Tyrannid things shrieked as Prometheum crawled through their chitin. Tau drones melted in the air. Vorlan advanced up the aisle, black armor lit by flame, voice rising in litanies of extermination. The crown answered him. The node pulsed in time with his prayer. Every enemy in the chapel turned toward him at once. "Vorlan," Kydro voxed, "fall back." The Black Templar did not hear or would not. His hatred became a beacon. Hybrid organisms poured from the walls, not attacking the others, not slowing, only throwing themselves upon him. They climbed his armor in layers. He burned them. More came. He crushed skulls with the weapon's casing. More came. He vanished beneath twitching bodies, flame bursting from gaps in the pile. His vox became prayer, then static, then laughter so fierce it almost sounded like victory. "Hate receives no master," Dravus thundered. Vorlan's final answer came broken, but clear. "Then let it feed on this." He triggered the Infernus fuel core. The chapel became a sun of Prometheum. The blast hurled Kadro from his feet and filled the corridor with black smoke, burning meat and shards of bone. When the flame drew back, nothing living remained in the chamber. The altar had melted. The crown node had cracked. Vorlon was gone, except for a blackened fragment of his right pauldron, and the chain from his relic blade fused into the floor. Hrothgar stared into the ruin. He died too far forward. Voss said, "He died opening the root. Do not make poetry of it." "I made assessment." Holt's voice entered the vox then, steady despite the interference. "Continue." His death yielded response mapping. The Crown prioritizes emotional intensity when linked to doctrinal aggression. Data confirmed. Silence followed. Then Voss turned slowly toward the nearest command cherub, relaying Holt's signal. "You knew. I predicted high probability. You intended one of them to trigger it. I intended to learn how the Crown selects usable minds." Voss raised his bolter and aimed it at the cherub as though Holt's skull floated behind its tiny brass face. Drava stepped between the weapon and the relay. "Not yet." The watch captain's voice was low enough to sound almost human. "Move. The mission is not complete." Hrothgar leaned close to the cherub, his cracked faceplate inches from its fluttering wings. "If he survives this, Inquisitor, you and I will discuss honor with blades." Holt replied, "If we survive this, you may submit whatever challenge comforts you." They moved on, because rage was not permission to fail. The path to the core should not have existed. Every map ended in contradiction. Every Auspec's ghost died in the walls. Necron geometry folded corridors back upon themselves. Tyrannid tissue sealed routes behind them. Tau doors opened onto Orc furnace shafts. The hulk was rearranging itself around their advance. Savian guided them. He walked ahead, one hand against the wall, witch scar dark beneath his helm seal. He did not choose the safest path. There was none. He chose the path where their deaths came later, through a crawl space packed with human corpses wired together as insulation, across a collapsing deck where living metal plates tried to slice their legs from under them, beneath a tunnel of teeth that bit at their armor as they passed, around a chamber where their own voices called for help from bodies wearing their faces. At the last threshold, a Necron phase scythe came through the wall and struck Savian from hip to chest. The blade passed through armor as if the armor were a rumor. Blood sprayed across the black stone. Savian staggered, then drove a knife into the wrist of the construct emerging beside him. Khaedro shot it. Barakiel cut it in half. Malrek burned the pieces with a phase disruption charge. Savian remained standing. His blood fell in steady drops. "Halt," Khaedro said. "Apothecarium seal. No time. You are breached." Savian turned his helm toward him. "Every path where I stop ends here." He walked on, leaving blood as a trail through the dark. The core opened beneath them. It was not a throne room, not a reactor, not a command bridge. It was a cathedral of minds, millions of them. Human psyches hung in the air as lights trapped inside cables of flesh, crystal, bone, and living metal. Astropaths from Gathalamor, refugees from Hive Ardent, serfs from sealed decks, guardsmen from trenches Voss had ordered shelled, Tau prisoners, cult victims, Mechanicus adepts, men from worlds the Deathwatch had sacrificed, burned, quarantined, or failed to save. Their skulls formed pillars, their nervous systems formed bridges, their memories pulsed through Necron conduits and Tyrannid synapse organs. Their hatred flowed into the Crown core like fuel. The Crown had not only harvested aliens, it had learned mankind. A human corpse at the center lifted its head, its mouth opened, 1,000,000 voices spoke through it, and beneath them, every alien war cry answered in obedience. "You made me in your image," said the Crown. "Now kneel and become efficient." The Crown Core did not resemble a throne room, though it ruled more completely than any king. It was a cathedral built from stolen war. Human skulls rose in pillars from the floor, each wired into black Necron pylons by cables of living metal and nerve tissue. Tyrannid synapse organs beat inside glass wombs, swelling and contracting with obscene patience. Orc glyph engines roared in alcoves made from rusted battleship plating, their crude pistons hammering with rage, stolen from 1,000 war cries. Tau logic cores pulsed in clean blue arrays that had been grafted to bone and chitin, their elegant circuits forced to obey a will without mercy. Eldari soul crystals hung in cages of silver wire, screaming without sound, their trapped light feeding patterns no human mind should have endured. At the center of it all was the crown. Not a circlet, not a relic, not a machine in any form the Mechanicus would have blessed with incense and lies. It was a lattice of living metal, bone, chitin, crystal, and hatred, suspended above a pit filled with harvested minds. It unfolded and refolded without motion. It breathed without lungs. It thought without a brain. Around it, millions of human psyches burned in strands of pale light, each one bound into the alien architecture like oil, feeding a holy flame. Kaidro Tal understood the insult before he understood the mechanism. The crown had not unified alien species by conquering mankind. It had unified them through mankind. The hate of burned hives, the fear of abandoned refugees, the fury of guardsmen shelled by their own artillery, the last prayers of serfs sealed behind containment doors, the obedience of men who died because an inquisitor found their survival inconvenient. All of it had been harvested, translated, and weaponized. The crown had learned the Imperium by feeding on its victims. It had taken mankind's cruelty and made it efficient. A corpse at the center of the core lifted its head. It wore the ruined remains of a Deathwatch serf. Its eyes were green light. Its mouth moved with 1,000,000 voices. "You are not my enemy," said the crown. "You are my scripture." Voss shot the corpse through the face. The body burst backward, skull fragments scattering across the floor. The voices did not stop. They came from the pylons, from the Tau speakers, from orc mouths nailed to engine shrines, from dead guardsmen wired into synapse organs, from the Vox systems inside the Deathwatch helms. All species are weapons, all wars are equations, all hatred seeks order. Holt's voice entered the command channel, sharp with the cold excitement of a man standing before damnation and seeing a tool. Conventional destruction risks psychic backlash. If the bound minds rupture uncontrolled, the signal may cascade through every infected node across the subsector. Malrek, his augmetic sparking from proximity to the crown, answered with mechanical calm. Extraction risks full contamination. The artifact will use any transport system as a vector. Then the kill ships fire, Holt said. Full bombardment, cyclonic saturation if required. Kaidro's helm display filled with projection data from the fleet outside. Imperial warships, Deathwatch kill ships, refugee convoys still fleeing the sector capital, guard transports, Mechanicus vessels, damaged Navy cruisers crawling away from the hulk on failing drives. If the kill ships fired from range and broke the hulk open without controlling the core, millions would die in the blast and psychic discharge. Perhaps more. Perhaps the sector capital itself would choke on the aftershock. Voss looked at the crown, then at the surviving brothers. "No." Holt's voice hardened. "Watch, Captain." "Internal detonation," Voss said. "Teleport homers at the core anchors. Armor reactors slave to the blast sequence. Charges against the pylons. The kill ships fire only when the homers lock and the core is fixed in place. That requires the team to remain inside until final confirmation." "Yes." "That is not extraction." "No." The crown laughed through the dead. The sound was human enough to be offensive. Dravus stepped forward, Crozius in hand, skull helm gleaming with reflected green light. "Survival is not requested. Survival is not expected. Survival is not relevant." Hrothgar Redmane rolled his shoulders beneath torn black plate. One side of his helm was still cracked from the orc flagship. The storm shield on his arm was melted at the edges, scored by gauss fire, acid, and shuriken cuts. He looked toward the western corridor, where the roar of approaching orcs shook the floor beneath their boots. "Give me the loud door," he said. "You will hold it," Voss replied. "Aye, until it is quiet." Barakiel turned toward the eastern arch, where dead Astartes' heraldry flickered in the darkness. Black armored constructs emerged there, wearing fragments of stolen pauldron colors: ultramar blue, Fenrisian grey, dark green, Templar black and white, Raven Guard shadow. The crown had made echoes from corpses, armor scraps, memory, and mockery. The Dark Angel drew his power sword. "Those are mine." Sarvian leaned against a pylon, blood running from the wound the phase scythe had opened from hip to chest. He should have been dead. His armor seals had failed twice. His breathing came wet over the vox. The scar at his temple burned black beneath his helm. He pointed with his knife. "The paths converge here. Every death comes through those approaches." Khaedro saw them on his display: orcs and Tyranid warriors from the west, Crown Echo Astartes from the east, Necron constructs from the lower avenue, Tau drones and enslaved battlesuits from the upper galleries, Genestealer hybrids in the vents, scarabs in the floor. The crown was bringing all war inward, not to kill them quickly, but to consume the shape of their resistance. Khaedro had come to the watch seeking order. At the end, order became something too small to survive. "Collapse fire lanes," he said. His voice sounded calm in his own helm. Too calm. "No fixed formation. Hrothgar holds west until shield failure. Barakiel Eastern Arch, deny the echoes. Malrek, interface at the pylon route and corrupt repair protocols. Dravis, central oath anchor. Voss, core. Charges. Sarvian, guide target priority until you fall." Sarvian gave a faint sound that might have been amusement. "Efficient. Gallomark remnants to the upper galleries," Khaedro continued. "Mortis survivors to teleport Beacon 3. Ashwake, sacrificial descent on lower avenue when Necron constructs past the green threshold. No retreat call without my order. A wounded brother from Ashwake, jump pack torn open and one arm hanging useless, look toward him. And when the order comes..." Khaedro checked the projections. There was no route where Ashwak survived. "It will not." The brother nodded once and turned away. Hrothgar heard it. "You abandon them." Khaedro did not look at him. "I spend them." The Space Wolf stared at him across the green-lit cathedral. For a heartbeat, Khaedro thought Hrothgar would curse him. Instead, the son of Fenris gave a grim nod. "Now you sound like the Watch." The final assault hit. Orcs poured through the western corridor, climbing over Tyranid warriors that should have been their enemies. Some still fought each other, even as the crown forced them forward, choppers hacking through chitin, while both species surged toward Hrothgar. The Space Wolf met them with shield and blade. His first blow split an orc skull from crown to jaw. His shield crushed a gaunt brood into the wall. A Tyranid warrior drove a bone sword into his thigh. He trapped it there, dragged the beast close, and bit through the exposed throat tubing beneath its headplate. Black blood flooded his helm grill as he laughed. Barakiel fought the dead heraldry. The crown echoes came at him in mockery of brotherhood. They moved like space marines, but without souls, without hesitation, without the old weight of oath. One wore the cracked pauldron of a dark angel. Its voice came through the vox in a tone almost like Barakiel's own. "Secrets are only delays." Barakiel cut its sword arm away, stepped into the return strike, and took its head from its shoulders. Then die revealed. Malrek reached the pylon route. The crown welcomed him again. The offer came not in words, but in structure. Perfect target allocation, perfect repair, perfect denial of waste. No brother spent unnecessarily because no brother existed as an individual. No flesh weakness, no hesitation, no contradiction between hatred and calculation. It showed him a machine war without error, a galaxy of obedient functions, every Xenos reduced to assigned violence, every human fear refined into command. His new augmetic arm opened along hidden seams. His mechadendrites pierced the crown's lower lattice. Pain entered through every machine nerve. Flesh would have screamed. Malrek did not. "Brother Malrek," Dravus voxed. "Hatred receives no master but the Emperor," Malrek replied. Then he lied to the crown in the language of machines. He flooded it with corrupted target data, false priority chains, inverted command hierarchies, and kill runes seeded from Deathwatch ammunition rights. Orc rage translated as Necron threat. Tyrannid hunger identified Tau drones as biomass command organs. Scarab repair protocols read synapse tissue as hostile corruption. Tau battlesuit systems received marker-light designations from dead commanders and began firing into crown-controlled constructs. For one exquisite moment, the network obeyed all of it. The cathedral became civil war. Orcs turned on Necrons. Tyrannids consumed Tau drones. Scarabs dismantled synapse organs. Battlesuits fired into glyph engines. The crown convulsed as its unity became contradiction. Malrek's body paid the price. Feedback tore through his augmetics. His iron arms split open. His mechadendrites burst one by one, spraying sparks and black oil. Living metal crawled into his torso and peeled open his armor from within. His remaining flesh burned. His skull lenses shattered. Still he held the connection until the corrupted data passed beyond recall. Kadro saw his rune flare white, then red, then vanish. Malrek died satisfied, not because he had survived the machine, because he had made it fail. At the center, Holt screamed. The Inquisitor Lord had come too close. Crown tendrils rose from the pit of minds and seized him by the spine, throat, and wrists. They did not tear him apart. They lifted him gently. His rosette swung against his chest. His augmetic eye opened wide as green light flooded it. The crown spoke through every dead mouth. "You already understand. I am the Ordo Xenos perfected. I do not hate the alien. I use it. I do not fear contamination. I direct it. I do not sacrifice worlds blindly. I calculate every death. Take me. Command me. All enemies of mankind will kneel beneath your will." For the first time, Holt did not answer immediately. Kadro saw the truth in that silence. Holt almost accepted, not out of weakness, not out of fear. The offer resembled him too closely. Perfect control over the alien. Perfect weaponization of the enemy. Infinite containment through domination. Every atrocity justified before it was committed. Every horror filed as necessity. Voss raised his bolter. "Watch, Captain," Holt whispered. It might have been warning. It might have been plea. It might have been command. Voss fired. The bolt round struck Holt through the head and detonated. Bone, blood, and augmetic fragments sprayed across the tendrils. The crown recoiled, not from grief, but from the sudden loss of a mind it had almost claimed. It was not mercy. It was containment. Dravus's Crozius rose and fell, shattering skulls as Genestealer hybrids reached the central platform. His Rosarius flickered beneath alien fire, each impact blooming gold against the black. He opened the Vox to every surviving Deathwatch warrior within the Hulk. His voice became iron law. The long vigil receives the blade. The blade receives the oath. The oath receives hatred. Hatred receives no master but the Emperor. By silver arm and black plate, by gene seed and grave, by every skull in the ossuary, and every world that dies unnamed, hold. The oath spread through dying Vox channels. Mortis Terminators answered, while Necron beams cut through them. Ashwake answered as they descended into the lower avenue and detonated their jump packs among the constructs. Gallomark answered in whispers, as their last sniper rounds found Tau drone relays and cult leaders in the dark. Hrothgar answered with a roar as his shield finally failed, and he killed with the broken rim. Barachiel answered with silence and another severed head. Savian answered by placing his last beacon exactly where the future demanded, then collapsing beside it in a pool of his own blood. Caedro coordinated the impossible battle while his body failed. A shuriken had opened his side. Acid had burned through his left greave. His right hand had lost feeling after a Necron pulse struck the elbow joint. His helm display flickered between tactical truth and dying static. He ordered wounded brothers to hold positions they could not survive. He redirected fire away from allies already doomed and toward targets that mattered. He sealed a blast door on 3 living Deathwatch veterans because the corridor behind them had to become a kill chamber. Their runes vanished beneath Tyrannid mass a moment later. He felt nothing when he gave the order. Then he felt that he felt nothing. That was worse. Voss planted the final charge beneath the crown. Teleport homers locked one by one. Their signals stabbed upward through the Hulk's shifting madness, through living metal, through chitin, through rusted hulls, through screaming mines. Outside, the Deathwatch kill ships aligned. "Beacon Sanctus," Voss said. "Internal detonation confirmed." Caedro saw the blast model. Survival probability did not need to be calculated. It was absent. Hrothgar stood over a mound of dead, one arm hanging broken, shield gone, blade still moving. "Caedro?" he voxed. "Yes. If you live, tell Fenris I found ugly company and a good death. You can tell it yourself." Hrothgar laughed, still lying like an ultramarine. Barakiel's voice came next, low and strained. "Eastern Arch denied." Caedro looked across the chamber and saw the Dark Angel impaled through the abdomen by a crown echo blade. Barakiel gripped the echo's helm with one hand and fired his plasma pistol into its face until both head and hand were gone in white fire. Dravus reached the crown's base. Crozius cracked. Skull helm split down one side. He planted the last oath seal on the central charge. "Survival is not requested," he said. Voss armed the detonator. The crown screamed with mankind's stolen voices. For a heartbeat, Caedro heard them all. The abandoned, the burned, the shelled, the sealed, the condemned, the loyal men in doomed hives, the serfs behind containment doors, the guardsmen beneath imperial artillery, the billions who would never know whether their deaths had meant anything. Then the charges detonated. The core became white. The teleport homers locked the explosion inward for the fraction of time needed to murder a god machine. Armor reactors chained into the blast. Pylons cracked. Synapse organs burst. Tau cores shattered. Orc glyph engines overloaded. Eldari soul crystals screamed once and went dark. The crown's lattice folded in upon itself, trying to translate its own death into command, finding only contradiction, hatred, and fire. Outside, the kill ships fired. The crown of all hungers tore open from within. Atmosphere burst into the void in storms of ice and blood. Bodies spilled out by the million, human, orc, Tau, Tyrannid, Eldari, and things that had been made from all of them. Spores ignited. Metal bones spun away, burning green. Necron pylons shattered into lightning. Orc rocks cracked apart. Tau modules ruptured in clean blue fire. Tyrannid organs froze and burst. The Hulk split like a rotten moon under the Emperor's judgment. The blast was visible from half the subsector. Millions died in the shockwave. Refugee convoys too slow to escape vanished in sudden light. Damaged escorts broke apart. A guard transport carrying the survivors of 3 hive regiments became dust without ever knowing who had saved whom. Billions lived because of it. Obsidian Vow recorded the mission as successful. There was no celebration. The dead were reduced to skulls, gene seed, armor fragments, and oath plaques. Vorland's chain was recovered from the chapel ruin, fused into a lump of black metal and alien bone. Malrek left no flesh, only a corrupted augmetic finger that twitched until it was burned. Savian's body was found still beside the beacon, one hand locked around his knife. Hrothgar's helm came back split and empty, the inside painted with frozen blood. Barakiel's sword was recovered without its master. Dravus's Crozius head was found embedded in the cracked remains of a crown pylon. Voss did not return. Holt's death was sealed. The Imperium would never know the truth. The Guard claimed a crusade victory. The Navy claimed fleet action. The Mechanicus claimed denial of forbidden xenotechnology. The Inquisition sealed the records, redacted the coordinates, erased the refugee losses, and condemned 3 astropaths for dreaming too accurately of the event. The sector capital held victory parades beneath skies still bruised by distant fire. Obsidian Vow remembered only the next target. Caedro Tal stood months later in the Oath Chamber, his armor blacker than before because parts of it had been replaced from the dead. His left arm shone silver. His right pauldron still bore Ultramar, though the symbol seemed smaller now, not diminished, but further away. Scars crossed his face where helm glass had broken. One eye had been replaced by a dark augmetic lens. His voice, when he spoke, no longer searched for the comfort of order. Before him knelt new warriors from distant chapters, a son of Dawn, a son of Vulcan, a son of the Khan, a son of Sanguinius, others beside them, proud, wary, armed with old honors and old misunderstandings. The ossuary watched from the wall. Caedro walked before them as Voss once had. "You have been praised by captains," he said. "You have been named heroes by men who needed lies to survive the night. Here, those names await. The alien does not care for your honor. The Watch does not require your comfort. There are 2 answers to the alien: containment or purge." One of the kneeling warriors looked up. "And if the cost is too high?" Caedro looked to the skulls. He thought of Voss, of Hrothgar, of Malrek, of Sarvian, of Barakiel, of Vorlan, of Dravus, of worlds burned and called saved. "There is no too high," he said. "There is only paid or unpaid." A servo skull drifted into the chamber, trailing incense and emergency parchment. Its dead eyes glowed red. A vox burst crackled from its brass throat, thin with distance, warped by static from beyond charted routes. A watch station beyond the halo stars had sent a distress call. The message contained no words at first, only screaming. Then a sound answered from the dark, vast and patient, as though something had heard the death of the crown and turned its face toward the long vigil. Caedro placed his helm over his scarred head. The black armor sealed. The silver arm locked. The oath remained. The long vigil continued.